City of Tampa's Architectural Review Commission. Welcome, everyone. I'm Dan Myers, Vice Chair of the Commission. If you are here to present a project, you will have limited time to make your presentation, so we suggest being thorough but concise. When coming to the microphone, you will need to identify yourself and your relationship to the project. The commissioners will not ask any questions during your presentation. Your project should be presented in the following order: site plan, elevations, architectural details, and wall sections. Staff presents the staff report. We will then ask for public comment. Please state and spell your name clearly if you are here to speak for or against a project. Your time will be limited to 3 minutes, so take some time now to summarize your comments because 3 minutes goes by very quickly. Following public comment, the commissioners will ask questions in the same order as the presentation. Next, the applicant will have 5 minutes for rebuttal. The public hearing will then be closed. After the public hearing is closed, no further testimony can be given. The commissioners will then discuss the case and will make their decision based on Chapter 27 of the City Code of Ordinances, the design guidelines, the Secretary of Interior standards, Historic Preservation Development Review Committee comments, and the testimony given at the public hearing. The ARC can only act on items that are within our specific jurisdictional responsibility. Owner agents are independently responsible to obtain any appropriate permits and/or approvals. If you haven't already done so, please silence your cell phones.
Thank you, Vice Chair Myers, and welcome everyone to this evening's ARC public hearing. At this time, we move on to our introductions of the commissioners.
Elena Perez-Ketchum, Attorney Representative.
John Prokop, I practice architecture.
Brian Hammond, architect.
Dan Myers, architect.
Tim Jones, General Contractor.
All right. We also have the staff here today. I don't see Dennis in the room right now, but he will be back shortly. Ron, I don't see Ron here either. Okay. We have Elaine Lund, Alexis Guzman, Attorney Dana Crosby Collier, and Jared Varnum. All right, thank you very much. Jared is new, so we're not used to him yet.
And with that, we'll turn it over to the conflict of interest. Let me wait 1 second, and I will give the conflict of interest inquiry. Okay. Good evening, commissioners. Does any member have a conflict of interest with any item on the agenda this evening? No.
I do not.
None.
Thank you. And has any member engaged in an ex parte communication regarding any item on the agenda this evening?
I have not.
I have not.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have no continuations this evening, so we will move directly into the swear-in and then to the cases to be reviewed.
If you're planning to speak today, can you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're providing today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
So the first item on our agenda this evening is case ARC 25-0000194 for the property located at 5308 North Sewanee Avenue in the Seminole Heights Historic District. This project is for new construction for a single-family residence with a detached accessory structure and site improvements. And with that, we'll move into the photo presentation. And if you could let me know if that's on your screens now. Now? Yes? Okay, great. This is the location map, the overview, showing the overview of the map of the Seminole Heights Historic District and the location of the subject property, which is highlighted in green there. It's on the block of Swanee Avenue between Giddens Street and Hillsborough Avenue. This is the 1920s Sanborn map, again showing the property in green. You can see at that time there was a building on the site. Today, however, the property is vacant, and this is the present-day aerial map showing the location of the property outlined in green. Again, you can see it on the west side of Sewanee Avenue, with Hillsborough Avenue directly to the north and Giddens to the south. This is the view looking west into the subject site. This is the property directly to the north. It's a non-contributing building, more recent construction than the historic buildings in the district. And this is the property directly to the south. It's one of the contributing buildings in the historic district. Looking east, this is the view from across the street. And then we have a few street views for you. This is looking north on Sewanee Avenue towards Hillsborough Avenue. So the property in question would be to your left. And then looking south on Sewanee Avenue towards Giddens, and the property would be to your right. There is an alley that runs behind the site, so this is the view in the alley looking to the north. You can see the commercial structure, which faces Florida Avenue, directly to the west. And this is the view looking south in the alley. That concludes the photo presentation, so at this time I will ask the applicant to come forward and present the request.
Is there a built-in microphone? Oh, okay. I look, you got the fancy equipment. Yeah. Yeah, thanks. I usually got to the lane. Myra gave Dennis, put that on his chair. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate your time tonight. I will go through the site plan first. The notes from the site plan was.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Can you introduce yourself, please?
I'm sorry, I apologize. Kevin Robles, 2107 Chestnut Forest Drive, Tampa. I'm the applicant. The existing granite curb, on this site plan, the existing granite curb is to be re-elevated back to close off the old existing driveway. The vehicular traffic will load from the alley into the detached rear garage. There is an additional vegetative buffer that will be added to the communication boxes that are part of the Frontier/Verizon commercial component to the west. Those will have vegetative buffers along with all the ancillary mechanical equipment on the south side. I'm gonna walk you through the setbacks. The adjacent property to the north is at 41 feet from back of curb to the front of the principal facade of the structure. The proposed structure is at 42 feet to the principal facade of the structure, with the front porch edge being at 28. And the adjacent structure to the south is at 43 feet from back of curb to the principal structure. To the rear is 51 feet to the back of the porch and 59 feet to the back of the principal structure of the house. Additionally, the garage is 13 feet off of the back alley, and in our discussions with both the neighborhoods and historic preservation, we are asking to move that structure forward by an additional 5 feet, which will bring the rear drive to 18 feet, which should allow to accommodate 4 vehicles, 2 in the garage and 2 on the driveway, for a total of 4. Some of the comments that we had in our public engagement, or the neighborhood engagement, was a concern of parking, so we'll be able to accommodate 4 vehicles on this parcel. Per the historic preservation, the concrete on the driveways, the sidewalk, and the walkways shall be scored into a historic repeating pattern at time. There currently is an existing dilapidated sidewalk there that will be removed and replaced, and also connected on to the adjoining sidewalks. During the original DRC meeting with historic preservation and staff on that DRC hearing, we received a consistent comment from Natural Resources. This is a 52-inch live oak, and this house has been positioned to allow for the full 20-foot radius, protected root zone radius on this 52-inch live oak. Additionally, stormwater has weighed in, and only requirement is that we do not direct any of the stormwater to any of the adjoining properties, and that should be easily attainable because of the grades are simply about the same on all. Additionally, we will use under drains and catch basins to direct the water forward of both the proposed structure as well as the 2 neighboring structures. Mobility has reviewed this site plan and has approved the access to the alley, using the alley as the vehicular access, along with zoning. This was originally a commercial intensive, SHCI, commercial intensive Seminole Heights. This was a parent parcel that was owned by Frontier/Verizon. I apologize, they swap ownership on a regular basis. And it reverted back to a Seminole Heights RM multifamily. We have elected to reduce the intensity into a single family, so it will only be a single family home on this parcel. Otherwise, the setbacks on the current structure lot is 56 feet wide. The southern side setback is at 14. The northerly side setbacks are at 12 feet, and the rear being at 51 total, and the front shall be at a split between the 41 feet to the north and the 43 feet to the back, and this one will be at 42. Additionally, there is a elevation differential to the front of bear with me one sec, I apologize. I am at, I apologize, I don't want to call this one out incorrectly. The elevation between the southern, the northern structure and the southern structure is split exactly in half on the finished floor elevation.
2.33 feet above grade and 2.75.
2.33 on the northern elevation above grade and 2.75 on the southern elevation. Do we have that call in there? It's not in there. I'd had to do it mathematically.
At this front corner red,
And that's your existing,
probably an average.
yes. So, not to get too deep in the weeds. The existing elevation to the finished floor at the northern and the southern is exactly split in half, with there only being less than 0.5 of a foot elevation differential between the adjoining southern parcel and the northern parcel. That concludes the information on the site plan. I'll now present the elevations. And we had some community engagement with the local neighbors. So I think we met with Historic Preservation 2 days ago just to make sure that we've kind of brought together all the neighborhood comments along with what comments they had. So if you'll indulge me tonight, what I've done is I've taken the elevation shots and I have highlighted them in red on the items in which that we will, with y'all's grace, add into the record today if you so choose to approve, or bring it back with these changes embedded into the plan. So this is the front elevation. We've Historic Preservation and both the neighborhood engagement thought that to add a band board around the bottom, we are happy to add that band bottom across the entire bottom of the elevation at the below the starter strip and above and below the starter strip and the smooth shiplap siding. The brick veneer is to be extended. I apologize, I was an architectural error in the plan draw, but your brick veneer will be extended throughout all of your columns. Rear elevation, once again, per the engagement with staff as well as in the neighborhoods, the rear elevation will be inclusive of the 4x4 columns being wrapped in a 1x5.5 smooth hardy plank with a hardy plank base and cap. Additionally, as I said, the plank band all around the bottom of the elevation. Left elevation, the 1x4 smooth hardy plank board is currently showing the starter strip, the panel board to be eliminated at the second floor bump outs and shall be wrapped in matching sides on all 3 sides. This original was a panel board, and so we've been asked to carry the siding throughout the sides as well as the fronts. The right elevation to the north, this odd window is to be deleted completely, and your plank board running the entire length, along with your 2 second-story bump outs to be done in the matching hardy plank siding on both the sides and the fronts of the bump outs. I'm going to run you through the 2-story wall section. You have the matching siding that I spoke of here, your column detail, along with your window detail, and I have further brought the level of detail within the plans that articulate the trim detail on all the windows and doors using the 1x5.5 trim boards, very typical of this architectural style and period. Additionally, what we have done, this house has impact windows. We've been asked over the years to eliminate the shutter details that used for the hurricane protection, so we've gone to an impact glass. What we've done to sort of counteract that is we have brought the trim boards into 1.5 inch deep versus a 5/4 or 3/4, and a 5/4 is to go to a 1.5 to give those windows more definition and more shadowing on all the windows throughout the house. Additionally, it's a pretty straightforward trim detail. We've used this one in some of the other historic districts pretty successfully. We've had some discussion about the open rafter tails. We're asking the board to consider using a boxed soffit with a smooth cementuous plank, a hardy type plank, with the vented portion being manufactured right into one row of the soffit board that's more towards the outside, so it doesn't appear or is negligible view from below. Additionally, the overhangs on the main structure of the house are 2 feet, with the detached garage, which I'll get into in a minute, at 18 inches. The column detail with the welcome wall, pretty straightforward. To the garage, detached 20 by 20 single-story garage. I don't know where it's in the process, but we worked towards an accessory dwelling structure, but we were unable to meet the criteria. So this is a 20 by 20 foot single-story garage. The front elevation. This door has been, we've been asked to substitute this door for a more appropriate exterior door. I'll show you some photographic pieces of that in just a moment. And then carrying from the main house, carrying the smooth finish hardy plank band board at the bottom below the starter strip for the shiplap siding. The rear elevation to the west facing the garage. Same thing, you've got your plank band board around all 3 sides of the garage, and a little bit on the overhead door side. South elevation, same window detail in which you saw in the house, carrying that same window detail around the one window. This one faces the south. The right elevation, just speaking again to the the band board around the bottom. And the single-story wall section on the garage. And this will prior to final approval, will have the band board around the bottom, along with the same window detail which I articulated to you on one of the main house elevations. Exterior coach lights in an iron black. Exterior door hardware in the black iron as well. Craftsman style 8-foot front door with the optional dental mold at the bottom of the window. With the engagement with the neighborhoods and HP, we were asked to swap out the garage service, pedestrian garage service door to a more appropriate door. So this will be the garage door, pedestrian garage service door. And we will be using a 1/1 PGT Series 5500 impact window throughout the entire house. And just for context, that's a virtual, or whatever you call it. From the blueprints comes the artwork. And that concludes my presentation. And I am available if you have any questions, or you'll hold till after public comment, correct?
That's right, we have
Yep.
staff report.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Elaine Lund, Historic Preservation staff. Staff found this application consistent with the Seminole Heights design guidelines with conditions. The conditions are listed in your staff report. I believe the majority of these comments that are in the staff report were addressed verbally or notated on the drawings shown, if not reflected on the actual drawings themselves. The site does have constraints that were notable and went through a variation and early change in the site plan due to the easement for the utility on the north side of the property and the grand oak tree on the southwest corner. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear to the board members. And with that, I have no further conditions, so I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Is there anyone in the public that's here to speak for or against this project?
So I have a question. The neighbor next door is going to give me
Could
his
you
top.
identify yourself, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name's Alan Dobbs with Florida Design Studio, 5912 North Tampa Street. The neighbor here, he has offered me to use his time. I was here a little bit late because apparently there was a concert going on at the arena. So I'm not sure the procedure for doing
Well,
that.
if
we can
you'll
just-
identify yourself and just
Yes.
give him the time.
Perfect. My name's Kyle DeJacoby, 5310 North Swanee Avenue, and I'd like to give Alan Dobbs my time.
Great, thank you.
Okay, and one other thing, I have a lot to cover. I mean, this is a great project, and everybody in the neighborhood's excited about it, but we also have some concerns. 3 minutes goes by really quick.
You get
Actually, it's only 4
4
minutes.
4
Oh,
minutes.
okay. So it's 2 minutes of commenting plus, okay, I'm sorry. So, okay, so I have a handout for each of the commissioners that I'd like to pass out that has site comments, building comments. It has the site plan, and then also the marked up elevations that I had prepared.
You need an extra? We're good.
So let me know when y'all are ready. Oh, I can go ahead and start. Okay. As previously mentioned, my name's Alan Dobbs, 5912 North Tampa Street. Formerly lived on 5111 North Swanee Avenue, right down the street from this house, so I'm very familiar with the property. I've lived in Seminole Heights for 35 years, have done over 80 projects, at least half of which have come before this board for approval. So this is a relatively new project, a spec house in the neighborhood, so we're, the neighbors started calling me, when the sign got posted. So the first thing I wanted to point out is that the parking is one of the biggest issues. They're proposing having all their parking off the alley. They're in a substandard garage. 20 feet by 20 feet is not a feasible garage. So, and also it's very inconvenient to park off the alley, so that people will be parking most likely on the street, which is already a problem. Historically, the original house has a porte cochere and a driveway on the south side. You could see in the staff presentation that there is a driveway apron still there. So we would like to maintain that historic pattern of having parking off the street. So right now I just showed one space, but we could easily accommodate 2 spaces because you see where the tree is and protected radius. The other thing is the accessory building. By rotating the accessory building with the side entry, I've done quite a few of these in the neighborhood, you get a much bigger yard, it's more marketable. And then you get the extra parking space for your car there. Then if they ever want to do an ADU, it's very simple to add another parking space here. And and also their site plan didn't really show the context that well, but these buildings are located here and here. Build-to line is a really important issue. I'm dealing with that on a current project, but you can see the build-to line here. It's behind, so it should probably move forward to maintain that build-to line. And then the other thing on the, all the 3 buildings around the property are shown there. So, and then also the front porch, the columns should go all the way to the ground. The porch floor should step back a little bit. This is one of my projects in the neighborhood. My printer decided to go weird today, but you can see how the columns go all the way down to the ground like that. This is I'm sorry this is very messy, but I was just rushing. But this shows some of the comments on the elevations. Kevin was very nice to meet with me, and I shared these concerns with him. He's addressed some of it, but I wanted to bring these up to the board. The roof, the building next door has a hip roof. This roof should maybe be a little bit different than just a regular old hip roof. The columns are not equally spaced, so usually when that happens, you have a secondary roof element here. The blue represents some sort of lattice work or something. The overhangs, he's already addressed those. The gable here, you have overhang, and then you have lattice, and then you have a sill and a skirt, so it's similar like to the sill of the windows. The railings, 36-inch railings with pickets like that, look like playpens. They're horrible, they're not appropriate. It should be a sitting rail height. That's what all the porches in Seminole Heights are, because we have a lot of porch parties, everybody sits on the rail. So typically they're heavier, bulkier, and not like a guardrail, because a guardrail is not required. Okay, that's my 30-second warning, okay. This should be stepped in. This is a very odd detail here. I think this siding should be half coursing, something a little bit different, a little special. If he does a different roof form, it adds interest to the roof. He could do attic trusses across here. Tremendous amount of storage, that's great benefit to his clients or potential buyer. He took out the window, and I just wanted to point out one other thing with the columns. Okay, so let me just show you this one picture, if I may, of the historic.
Go ahead and take one more minute.
Okay, well, just the craftsman style bungalow, has decorative. Now this has a gable. They're proposing the hip. Doing a partial gable with partial hip, I think, is a nice compromise. This shows the typical arrangement of columns going all the way down to the ground. Details are extremely important. I felt that the details that they showed are kind of vague. They need more information. This is a detail that I had. That house that I just showed you. It shows the ceiling, the beam detail, the column, and everything. So I just wanted to show you that. So the details are extremely important on these, especially these new houses. So thank you for your time.
Yep, thank you very much. Yep.
Good evening, Amber Dickerson. I reside at 5312 North Swanee Avenue. So out of the 2 townhome units to the north, I'm the one closest to Hillsborough Avenue. So I appreciate Alan's opinion on the architecture. I am a professional planner, urban planner, so I'm really going to focus on what I know best, and that's more of the parking traffic issues. So I'm here to speak about the historic parking pattern and the neighborhood overflow parking. There are many neighbors in our neighborhood that park on the street. Either they have additional work vehicles or they have additional family members coming and going. I live on this very short segment of Swanee, which is often used as a cut through from Florida to Hillsborough in the neighborhood. So parking on the street, that's traffic calming, right? But it also can be dangerous. And I do have a young child, and that is a concern of mine. I know that the additional housing is really needed in the city of Tampa, so I'm not arguing against the house whatsoever. What I would like to see is that the applicant maximize the parking on their site so that they'll have, hopefully in the future, less need for overflow parking on the street, which is already congested. Additionally, I would like to ensure screening. There are 2 large Frontier utility boxes at the front of this lot, obviously screened for my future neighbors and for me, and screening for their AC unit, which I believe the applicant went over. Now, the historic pattern Alan touched on, so I won't go into the weeds there, but I do feel like there's an opportunity for the applicant to explore some sort of historically consistent side driveway, maybe in addition to the garage in the back, just again, going after that maximum parking on that specific lot. So that's all I have. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience here to speak on this case? All right, not seeing any, we will begin with commissioner questions, and I'll start on my right.
For the applicant, you mentioned the Hardy soffit that you have, that you want to use a vented Hardy soffit. Is that a one-piece soffit or multi-pieces? Multiple
it's a
pieces?
one piece.
One piece, okay. Can you pull up the detail for the welcome wall that you had? Okay, so I'm not seeing any dimensions on your welcome wall, on the size of the cap.
Understood.
Okay,
I've got, bear with me, I've got plans.
okay.
Another 2 feet.
This is saying 1.8. Oh.
No, that's, here we go. Let's see. See if I can bring this in for you a little bit.
Yeah,
2
that's,
feet by 2 feet high.
yeah, okay, all right. In your previous detail, it said that the cap was gonna extend 1.5 inches or extend over the top of the stone on the face, but you're showing me brick, it is brick, I
It
assume?
is brick, I apologize.
That's fine.
I have a sample of the brick if you need to see it.
No, that's fine. What type of shingles are you gonna be using?
The timberline,
Architectural?
dimensional,
Architectural?
yes, sir.
Okay.
Cedar Falls. Architectural.
You made mention during your presentation that your front door is an 8-foot front door?
Yes, sir.
Can I see your front elevation again? Okay. Do you have something spec for your back door? Do you have a set of French doors on your plans? Do you have a sample?
Yes, it's a set of French doors in the back, and I apologize, I do not have the spec for that one light French.
Okay. What's a one light French? Okay. What about the garage door?
It's depicted as a 6-panel jailhouse, and then in our conversations, they asked me to bring in forth something more appropriate to the architectural style.
No, I'm talking about the overhead door.
Overhead door, I apologize, okay.
But you don't have that spec'd out, is that correct?
I don't have a spec on it, I apologize, it's a 32-inch, or 32-panel.
Yeah. And then last question, do you have a cross-section for your column details that show the height of the brick and the height of the column itself and the tapering and on the front of the house?
I do, let me see if I can provide that for you. 3 feet 8 inches.
Okay. All right, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I have a few questions. Before I start, though, I just want to apologize. I was late in arriving, and I do want to acknowledge that I have no conflict of interest, and I've had no ex parte communications, just to cover some of that housekeeping. Thank you for the presentation. So I want to be responsive on a couple of things that came up from the public. A couple now, and then a few I'm going to reserve for further discussion. One was about the size of the structure or the structures on the lot. So I wanted you just to confirm for the record whether it doesn't appear, and want you to confirm you're not seeking any variances, there's no encroachments for setback, size, height.
No, ma'am. We split the front setback through the historical patterning. We split between the house to the left and the house to the right. It's generally how we attack, or how we address that. There's nothing in the front, and of course the sides are more than adequate under the zoning.
Great, thank you. And
Just, excuse me, I apologize. And just for the record, the 52-inch Grand Oak, which is in excellent shape, is kind of driving the house placement. It's a bit of a hat trick to get it all to work.
understood. Is there fencing?
No,
Are you
ma'am.
proposing, so no fencing?
I try to stay
no-
out of the fencing business.
Okay. Is the garbage anticipated to be collected at the front or off the alley?
It's a single-family structure. I don't know that solid waste weighed in on the DRC. Elaine, can you? I don't even,
No, solid
Yeah.
waste did not comment on.
So
on this
I
project.
asked just relative to where your garbage can storage will be.
in the
It's-
garage.
Okay. Okay, great, thank you. And on the garage itself, so you're presenting that as a single-car garage
Two-car garage,
in a 20 by,
20 by
20.
20.
does that meet transportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Minimum 18 wide, minimum 18 deep, if you're gonna accommodate two vehicles.
and as you stated, you're shifting that
By 5 feet
into the
forward,
interior to the lot to create the other two spots?
that is correct.
Okay,
Mobility would recognize that to be 4 parking spaces.
okay. And then just lastly, from a design perspective, you showed the 4 sides of the garage. One is the roll top, of course,
Overhead.
and then windows on either side, and the side with the door, you called it the
Pedestrian
the
door.
front,
Yes.
facing the primary structure.
We refer to that as the front, but it's
You'll have the
rear
cardinal-
garage facing the back
Right.
of the house.
Okay, got it. Okay, I have a number of other questions relative to some of the comments made by the two neighbors,
Yes.
but I'd like to reserve that because I think some of those are design related, and I would defer to some of my design professionals and like to hear their comments and thoughts, and so I'll just reserve that if those aren't accounted for. Thank you.
Certainly.
Could you bring up the elevations of your garage?
Front elevation to the east.
We need some,
Out of focus.
Is it, okay.
Looks like
Oh, yeah, I see, okay. Bear with me one sec. Yep, there we
there
go.
we go.
There we go.
So I think that the 1x8 band board at the base,
Correct.
I think that wants to have some stucco finish, exposed concrete there, rather than that, so close to grade, that hardy board.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Let me check the elevation on the garage, if you'll bear with me one sec, just to confirm. The driveway's been extended, so it might be a little bit. Yes, I would agree.
Yeah, okay.
Are
and
you
I-
referring to the heaviness of that band all the way down so close?
Right, and then putting that hardy board right on grade.
Right.
Doesn't seem like a great idea. And it's not something that's typically done. And I'm going to defer the rest of my questions because I'm going to, I'll let my fellow architects weigh in here.
Hi, could you please put up your site plan again? I'd like to get another look.
Yep.
At the garage and the parking and the shift. And so in this does not depict the shift. Is that true? Did I get that right?
Of the garage?
Yeah.
That is correct.
Okay, so from this graphic, it's moving east 5 more feet.
That is correct. It's at 13 feet now to the property line. What I'm proposing is move it 5 more feet to the east, which would give you the 18 feet, which would, by transportation mobility standards, would give me the 2 additional parking spaces. In my engagement with the community, they seem to be very focused in on vehicular access and that sort of thing. You know, this lot's been vacant, or was part of the GTE stuff. So it's been a neighborhood parking lot. So, and I'm sensitive to that. I don't mind them parking there, but at the end of the day, what I'm trying to do is collect more than the required amount of parking. So as a good neighbor, doesn't feel like I'm further burdening the street.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. Given what you've heard about the site, and I appreciate adding parking, I'm curious now that this is now a proposed 2-story, single-family with a garage. It's not
Proposed
multifamily, no
single family.
ADU.
No ADU.
Okay. So transportation would require you to only have 2 parking spaces, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And the garage would count as the interior of the garage would count as the 2 parking spaces.
Right, I understand. I'm just trying to work this out in my head. Would you be, I mean, if there's already a curb cut and ribbons on the south side of the existing site, would you be amenable to leaving them there?
Not necessarily, and I'll explain my thought process behind it, and that's why I went to the 4 in the rear.
Okay.
Is that based upon the setbacks and then your limitation to go back no further than the protected radius of the Grand Oak,
Right.
is that I would wind up, in practicality, stacking 2 vehicles side to side, and typically people are in a rush, I'll use that term, and they'll wind up with one in the 1-lane parking lot and not setting up as tandem and parking on the street.
Do the existing curb, do the existing ribbons go to the tree?
No,
Do they stop short of the tree?
they stop at the property, the apron is just on the public right of way.
So it's just the apron, there's no ribbons?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, I understand. Is there a reason that the AC has to be there on the side of the house, or could it be in the rear, closer to that rear porch?
It could be moved to the rear porch. That's not optimum. It clearly cannot go on the north side because that's the communications easement for Verizon Frontier.
Okay, and I understand that. And they have a complete domain over that. You can't even put an HVAC pad on that?
That is correct.
Okay. Would you be amenable to, as was suggested by one of the neighbors, would you be amenable to having the front porch railings lower than depicted currently?
That comment was discussed with Mr. Dobbs, and when I went through and tried to pick up his neighborhood comments, we missed that one. I don't have a problem putting a.
Okay, all right. That would mean that the height of the actual brick pier would probably also lower a bit, and the length of the column above would get longer.
I'm fine
Just from a
with that.
proportional
I'm
scale
fine with that.
standpoint.
I'm assuming that porch rail is about 32 net to the top of the rail. Versus
I think it's drawn at
36.
36, so it's scaled at 36. You'd probably, and I'm not going to define what it is, I'm not going to design it for you, but are you amenable to lowering it to
It's-
what's?
Absolutely.
There's a pretty common range of heights that would be considered a sitting rail. Chairman, how tall is your rail? You have a sitting rail?
Yeah, I mean, it's 18 inches.
Yes, okay. There's a range, there's an acceptable range. Okay.
I think it's a lovely feature.
Okay.
No problem with that. I don't need it for fall protection.
Right, correct. It's really, it's decorative, yeah. Your PGT window, what you named a model, and I missed it, and what it is made out of?
Vinyl. It's an impact vinyl. It's an impact window of vinyl.
Sorry?
It's an impact window. It's the.
Oh, I know, but I'm familiar with all the PGT models.
5500, I apologize.
Okay, the 5500 model. Is it equal leg or finned? Do you know? Are you ordering it? You can order it either way. What I would recommend is you order an equal leg to come equal leg.
Oh, equally, yeah.
Equal leg so that it can be recessed back the problem we have is that some of them are in masonry and some of them are in wood.
Understood.
So they're a completely different methodology of attachment and all that kind of stuff.
I have
An
no
equal leg
problem with
window, that's what I'm asking. And if you could use the equal leg window, you can recess them both to the same
plane
that you can if it's a finned window. So I'm just trying to clarify that.
It solves the problem for me. It's not my first historic house, and
Okay.
we always
Yeah.
try to create these hat tricks to make it appear.
Yeah. Would you consider, I don't like either one of the garage doors, personally. Just a small issue with both of them, both the garage door and the personnel door. Would you consider working with staff to revise both garage, the actual car door and the man door?
Not a problem.
To be something just a little more compatible, or similar to your front door. Your front door, I thought that you put up as a photograph, the 8-foot front door. I thought that was beautiful. It can be less elaborate. And I don't know what to do with the TECO or the devices, the utility devices on the corner of your lawn.
They're rather large vaults, and they're the stand-up type with the doors.
I know. But what do we do to obviously, everyone in the neighborhood would like them to go away.
Yeah, well, that's not going to happen.
But what can we do to kind of just make them disappear?
I'll be honest with you. I think properly selected plants that are of some sort of height and maybe something low in the front at the vault door that they can kind of
right. They need access and all that kind of stuff to it. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Hi, Dennis Fernandez, Architects Review staff. I deal quite a bit with TECO and with easements. They're not going to let anything be constructed in that easement, so it's going to have to be landscape oriented.
Okay.
And I think we talked about this yesterday when we met.
Yeah. I
think there's a solution there, but it has to be done in accordance with what TECO's requirements are.
Right, and landscaping is the only opportunity you have, and I just wanted to, I'm kind of responding to some of the neighbors' comments. on that, and making it, bringing it up. I think you did some really nice changes and adjustments to the presentation as, from what you've heard the other comments before about the piers and the columns and all that kind of stuff, and I think it's come a long way, and I don't think I have any other questions right now. Thank you.
Just have a couple of questions. The piers in the front, is the brick going all the way down or no?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The parking, so explain to me again why parking cannot be on the side of the house?
Let me do this, and it might help you a little bit. So, what you're referring to is along this southern side.
Correct.
So, Mr. Dobbs presented a kind of a sketched site plan, which was originated out of my site plan, but, so what they had proposed was to come along the side here and put parking here, which if you can get back 38 feet per transportation, that would articulate for 2 parking spaces in tandem.
Mm-hmm.
It has been my experience when I set up tandem is that lazy folks put 1 car in the street and 1 on the tandem driveway. So in my mind, I haven't really contributed to helping keep the parking problem at bay. Amber got up and, she articulated it perfectly, Swanee's the first cut through to miss the intersection, to get to the right turn, to head eastbound on Hillsborough. And when cars stack up in the street, and they do, to her point, they become traffic calming, but there's a downside to it as well.
So where are the cars, first, you move the garage structure forward towards the house 5 feet, which means that there's going to be 13 feet between the back lanai and the garage, correct? And the entrance to the garage?
That is correct.
And which way do you envision folks are going to be parking into the back garage? They're going to turn off of Hillsborough, or they're going to?
It's equal. They can come off of the first block, which is. I apologize. It's first block south. It's a first east-west road. It's a secondary road. First east-west road, south of Hillsborough.
And if there are 2 cars parked side by side, is there enough, I presume there's enough of a radius to back your car out into this alleyway?
Need 24 feet, and the alley is, what's the alley platted at? 11 feet. So 11 plus whatever driveway, got to get to a 24-foot radius to back out of the driveway into the alley.
So why not put ribbons along the side of the house, so 1 car, and then you still have the parking in the back? Why not move the garage the 5 feet, have the 2 parking in the back and 1 on the side of the house?
Mind if I say something?
Yes. You'll have to swear in. Tell them who you are.
Luke Sirac. I live at 3710 West Horatio Street. I have not.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony that you provide today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to talk more about the constraints around this side of the lot in regards to an apron. So when I look at this site plan, and I work with site plans all the time, every day, I'm looking at this AC unit, and I'm thinking about where it can go other than here. Because if I'm putting a ribbon over on this side, I need to dodge, I need to move this AC unit, because my parking can't start. It doesn't count as a parking space until I get behind the house, according to zoning. So if I wanted to put a parking space or 2 parking spaces back here, I would have to move this AC unit at least as far back as I could, and possibly even move it to a spot where it really can't exist, like in this corner or in the easement. So because this AC unit needs to be on this side, and I can only push it so far, you're really constrained on this side of the house with what else you can do in this area behind the front facade.
So it's really the air conditioning that's causing?
Yes,
the-
that would be a constraint, for sure.
Okay.
Along with the tree.
And then what covering is gonna be put over that AC unit?
Vegetative vegetative screening.
Okay.
That's indicated with that blue right there.
And this may be a staff question, the duplex that's next door, do they park in the back, or is there side parking?
There, I believe, Elaine Lund, Historic Preservation staff, I believe there is parking in the rear for that property.
Okay, and then one other question about the roof line in front. I'm not gonna use the correct architectural
That's okay.
terms, but it kind of jogs in.
We call
Is-
those doodads.
Doodads.
Yeah,
The
okay.
doodads, are those historically accurate, and are there other homes in the district that have the doodads?
You know, in my conversation with Historic Preservation, Dennis and Elaine specifically, they felt that it was period correct to do essentially what is a box bay window on that second floor.
Okay, but both of their, at least the staff comment and the comment of Mr. Dobbs was somehow to break up the massing of the roof. I think staff said maybe consider a dormer, and I think Mr. Dobbs had
Clipped
more
hip.
decorative.
Yeah, a clipped gable or something.
So can you just speak to that?
I can,
Yeah.
I can and I will. So in my conversations, my preference would be to do a faux dormer with a kind of a vent, you know, and approximately.
Do you mind putting the rendering up while we're talking about?
Oh,
that?
sure. We've got it here. Okay, so my preference would be to come out here with this is about 10 feet 8 inches between here and here, which is basically, it's a 30 wide house, so it's basically 10, 10, and 10, is to take and create a shed type dormer with approximately 5 feet 4, what did we come up with, 5 feet 4, and basically about 2 feet high by 5 feet 4 with a period correct actual louvered system in there.
Okay, and then one other question about the alley. Are you gonna be doing any improvements to the alley itself in connection with?
My responsibility from the city and transportation is they've reviewed the alley. They consider it passable and used, and my improvements are minimal to none on the alley. It's currently being used today.
Okay, nothing.
Okay, thank you. First of all, thank you for the presentation, a lot of good information. I'm gonna go back to the site plan, because I don't think anybody's asked you about that
I
yet.
knew you were gonna do that. That's why I saved it right here.
All right, so we're talking about parking, and you've presented a couple of options. Can you flip it back the other side? Turn it around?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
That really messed you up, won't it?
And you've stated you're moving the garage 5 feet in so that you will have 2 interior spaces and 2 exterior spaces.
That is correct.
And you've also testified that you don't want to do the ribbon curbs because you think if you double stack cars, it won't work, people won't do it. So why are they gonna work and do it here when you double stack them in a garage and outside?
Because it will be up to the property owner at the point that gets to the third-party end user to direct their parking to the rear. I'm only saying from my experience, is that tandem side by side is a much better option than a tandem.
I don't disagree. You've also stated that mobility is gonna give you credit for 2 interior parking spaces. But I believe we have all expressed, or some of my other commissioners have expressed, that this garage width is bare minimum to be functional. You've also said that the garbage cans are gonna be stored inside the garage. A garage that's already at bare minimum, that just tells me that you're not gonna get 2 cars living in that garage. You're gonna have 1 car and you're gonna have storage. I'm just talking about how people live. And so I look at that and I go, now we're down to really not using it the way it's being presented to us. So my question is, have you thought about moving the garage in and having the 4 theoretical spaces, but also having the ribbon drive suitable for 1 car? And that might address a historic grid, give an optional parking spot, but then also do the things that you're talking about, because in theory, the actual end user may not use it for 4 cars.
I can't, that's what, understood, and, you know, half my professional career is working with transportation and cars and that sort of thing. What I'm expressing at this point is what in practicality and in actuality I can go out and produce. Look, the sensitivity of this particular site was, it's been used for eons for overflow parking. Alls I'm trying to, I need to provide 2 spaces, right? And if I provide just 2 spaces in the rear, what I was trying to do was at least give them the opportunity to place 4 cars at 1 address. For me to take, personally, I got a little problem with you putting a car out in the open next to a historic house versus somewhere else. Because typically when I ribbon, and to Luke's point, what he presented, the city will not allow, so I have to have minimum 18 feet to park the vehicle forward
So can you move those AC units closer to the oak tree outside of the ridge?
I can.
All right.
I can
If you
slide them
move-
down.
If you slide that back, and let's say that's 5 feet, does that give you the 18 feet for a single car?
It will.
Okay,
But it
so your objection is aesthetics.
is more about aesthetics.
Okay, so you will not consider it because aesthetics, even though there's a historic pattern there?
There's not a historic, if I go back and I might not articulate this exactly correctly, but if I look at some of the historic stuff, Seminole Heights especially, there's porte-cocheres, there's places that cover these cars. What you're asking me to do is just put a big slab of concrete, no cover, and so somebody can park their car next to their historically replicated brand-new house. And I think that is a lesser desire than I would to at least give them 4 spots in the back. I can't legislate what people do with their vehicles and their trash cans and whatever. I can only make it attainable, if that makes sense.
I don't disagree with that, and for the record, I'm not asking you to do anything.
Okay.
I'm asking you questions. But there are alternatives, because, again, you can't legislate what they're going to do, but by design, you are gonna force them to do certain things. Putting trash cans inside a garage and then having someone, and then billing it as 2-car parking means they are then gonna put the trash cans outside of the garage and they won't be screened. So we can think about that and say, why don't we put them outside and put a screen around it?
You don't have, but that's from a code perspective and solid waste. In maybe attached product and multifamily, but in single-family residential, I don't address solid waste.
Fair enough, fair enough. But you have been receptive to public comments.
Oh, absolutely.
So we're having a conversation about how this is going to be received by the public. So, okay, you've addressed those. The soffits, explain to me the soffits on the house. Some of them are flat and some of them are angled. what was the design, like the front presents differently than the sides? If you want to put that rendering back up.
By rendering, do you mean the 3D?
Yeah, the
piece?
3D rendering,
The 3D
please.
piece,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
colored piece.
Versus the elevation.
I apologize, this is showing a boxed soffit in the front. Did you miss that one?
Right, show me the rendering. Maybe they're all boxed, but it's the angle over the windows that's throwing me.
Oh, over the
Yes.
box bays?
That's right.
Yeah, it's a hat trick to get it in there, but when you get to the box bay, if I'm 2 feet out and I come out 2 feet, and I apologize if I'm not articulating this quite right, is that has to be slightly shorter just to go get it tucked up underneath that window. The
Right.
longer the longer the rake, the further down I have to go.
The ultimate effect is it's creating more roof plane visible to the front that you're discussing adding a dormer to break up and everything like that. It seems like that's a detail that could use a little bit more massaging to help break up the roof plane. Because right now it's bringing that exposure of shingle more into view, and it just
Yeah,
catches my eye.
I'm not quite tracking with you.
No, that's fine. All right, you stated, but I didn't see it on your site plan. Do you have it noted anywhere that I know you said it, but is it written down anywhere that you're restoring the granite curving in the front?
Yes. Apologize. Right here, existing drive apron to be removed right away restored.
Okay. And then you mentioned that you were gonna do a scoring pattern, but the scoring pattern has not been.
It's not
okay,
articulated in
got it.
here.
All right. And then again, at the end, when you were speaking to my commissioner, you are looking at adding a dormer, or you're just exploring it, or you did explore it and opted not to do it?
I'm not opposed to doing it,
Okay.
and I think really, and maybe I can get Dennis and Elaine to help me out, if we can get to some level of approval today and we push it down the staff side, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Or are you, and it's.
I just wanted a clarification of that
It-
conversation.
I have articulated everything I said in a document to both Dennis and Elaine, so if you choose to take that through,
Got
they can verify or whatever.
And then, back to the soffits. Why the box soffits versus the open rafters?
I wanted a little more formality on it. I deliver a lot of open tail rafter houses, I do, and it's, far from honest, I'm just tired of doing them.
Oh, okay.
Straight away, I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, okay. All right, I think those are the questions I have. Is there, go ahead.
Elaine, can you bring up the photographs of the alley, please?
Yes, one moment.
Okay.
We have a view of the alley looking north and a view of the alley looking south. So if they're showing, yes, this is the view of the alley looking north toward Hillsborough.
Okay, and south?
This is south.
Okay, this is where it seems to get a little dicey. And the property, can we look north again? Because it's like I'm looking at two different alleys here. And those fences are on the property line, am I correct there? But it says that it says on the survey, it seemed to state that it was.
It's not, yeah, that's what I was gonna.
It's an 11-foot alley.
That fencing to the north is inboard of essentially what are the rear property lines.
Okay,
And this one to the, as you view south, is on the line.
We're not seeing you there.
Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize. There we go, thank you.
So where's that vinyl fencing that we just saw on the,
The one that was far back from the alley,
yes?
it's right here.
Oh, okay.
And then this is called out as a 6-foot wooden fence here, and it looks like it's slightly askew of the edge of the property line. It's in 3/10, oh, excuse me, 2'4".
Okay, so but it is indeed just an 11-foot alley, and it looks so much better going to the north because, of course, it's a lot wider. Part of the question is, are people actually going to use your garage? And I think that's a relevant question, and it seems that that the idea of placing a third, adding the ribbon drive on the south side seems to be a good idea. We can discuss that among ourselves. Because the drawings are there have been many changes made very recently to these drawings, and they need to be, or I personally would like to, well, we'll get to that point because that's a discussion point. But, and I think some of your neighbors had very valid points, but in terms of even of the framing of your roof, I'm not so sure that we can actually hold the pencil in the way that your neighbors can, right? In terms of making those changes. So I don't think I have any further questions. Thank you.
So this is for staff, so is that vinyl fencing, that's the parking for the duplex next door?
Apologize. Yes, that is correct.
And so it shows it's closed, at least in that picture. So does it seem that stays closed, that the neighbors actually pull it open and pull their car in and then close the vinyl fencing, or is it mechanical? Can you tell?
Unfortunately, I do not have that information.
And is this the first house on this street that is a new construction in the recent time period, in the past year, say? Because the house next door is a contributing structure, correct?
The house to the south is a contributing structure, and to the best of my knowledge, this is within the past year, yes. This is the only proposed new construction on this block.
And the house to the south, their parking is a ribbon drive with one car stacked in front of the other. Is that?
I am
At
aware
least the
that they
picture.
have a ribbon drive, and yes.
Okay.
I have two other questions, and I know that we will talk further about the parking. I, for one, support the way you've approached this. I'll save some of that editorializing. But coming back to comments that were made by the members of the public, I want to make sure we just tick them off. I appreciate there seems to be a lot of accommodation that has been made. There was a question about the build-to line. Can you address that, the concern that was raised?
Yes, I can. Typically, in practicality, when we deal, first place we go is historic preservation, is that we proverbially call it splitting the baby as we go down the street. So if I'm at 43 here, I'm at 41, logically I go to 42. Same thing on the finished height, so I don't get this drastic step up and down going down the street. So in practicality, this is the way I've always done it. Now, there's certainly enough room, but call it where you want it at 41 or you want it at 43, it matters not to me.
Is that are those the numbers that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you're hitting right in the
Right down
the
the
average
middle.
between the two?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then the columns going all the way to the ground, have we discussed that yet?
Yes.
Said he's doing it.
Yeah.
You got that, okay. I'm sorry, I missed that. And we talked about the utility boxes. And there was one other question. This is where I was deferring to my architecture colleagues about whether there was sufficient detail across the design elements. Again, I just want to be mindful of the input from the public. It was a generic statement. Presumably, there's a degree of confidence that the details are sufficient. It's almost more of a question for my colleagues. Okay.
Well, I do want to add one piece in there as well, just for context. We have historic preservation do construction in progress, gosh, maybe 15, 18 times during the process. So typically, if we've articulated something, Historic Preservation City of Tampa staff does have the ability to say, time out, hold on, guys, that's not right. In practicality, done dozens of houses in the historic districts, is that we typically present to City of Tampa Historic Preservation staff on a quick look-see to make sure we're heading down the right pathway. Look, I've built these window trims 100 ways, and I think I've finally got the formula down, until you mentioned there's a, the split half in, half out. Thank you, appreciate that.
One last question, and I'm just surprised that there will not be a rear fence. That's your prerogative. It strikes me, if you're driving and using rear access, which I support, ultimately the owners of this home likely will want a fence there. And so I think question for staff is installation of the fence is something that would come back to staff.
I do. Can I comment
owners?
to that and help a little bit through that situation? It's not that I don't want to do fences. Fences have a tendency to be very site-specific in what they do, whether they wrap around a tree or you're catching a window forward or backward. We work diligently with historic preservation if we do a fence during the construction process. If we are going to sell a house, we go ahead and shepherd that through the process, because the sensitivities around fencing and types and where they go to, I clearly, and
that's my question. I just, we're foregoing it here, so we're not approving one, but if a subsequent owner or through your process,
through my
there's an
process,
installation for one, it does come back to, at least to the staff.
That is correct.
Review and approval.
That is correct. And just so it's clear, is that the reason I don't put them up is because they are very personal in nature. I need it forward to this window. That's the baby's room. I can't look in that window. So I just don't install them.
Just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
To staff, or I can ask you and then you can tell. Has everything that's been presented today been reviewed by staff? The plans, everything that has been presented to us in this, however long we've been discussing this?
Are you asking me or staff?
That's just a question for staff.
For staff.
Elaine Lund, Historic Preservation staff. The answer to that question is yes. This project did go through review with other staff members in our department, including natural resources, transportation, or now known as mobility, and zoning for consistency with the code. And also we met with, as Mr. Ribble stated, we met with them a couple of days ago to review the comments and conditions that were in the staff report and how he would be addressing them tonight.
If I may, Dana Crosby Collier. Elaine, has staff seen the plans that are before you today, though? Are these new plans?
They're not new plans, but the notations on them are per our discussion.
So would you need additional time to review those items? Okay, that was the question. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions? All right, not seeing any, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal if you so choose.
I think I've covered it all.
Perfect, thank you. All right, at this point, we're going to close the public portion of the hearing and move on to discussion. Floor is open.
I just seems to be a lot of details that are missing. There's a lot of, I think it's gonna look like this, I want it to look like this, I could possibly do this, I might do this, we can do this, we'll check with staff as we're going through, and I don't think that's our, as a board, that's our job is to tell them what we want, not just kinda, I'll build it as we go with staff. So I'd like to see more details, calling out some of the things that we've discussed, some of the things he said he's willing to do, and work our way through that, because I don't think the design of the house is one that's appropriate, just my opinion.
Basically, I guess, would you be amenable to a preliminary approval with conditions, but make it that we have to see it again? Is that what you're saying?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
So let me just remind you, if the board comes to a decision with preliminary, we have to be very specific on
Yeah.
what we need to
On
do.
what the conditions are, yeah.
I mean, I think there have been things brought up about, doing this to the roof and da-da-da. I think that delves into controlling the design too much and not commenting upon whether it's compatible or not compatible. And I'm thinking, while we heard some suggestions from people, oh, you want to do this to the roof, and you want to have this set in, and you want to put a thing up here on the roof, you want to change the hip, you want to do that. That's designing the house. But that's not the house that was presented to us. The house that was presented to us, is that house compatible or not compatible? Are the details adequate or not adequate? I honestly don't think that we should allow the community necessarily to design the house. They don't own the lot. We need to listen to the, what the community comments are, obviously regarding parking and safety and, cars, hitting children and that kind of thing. Yeah, we want to be concerned about that. The historic patterns, or historic ribbon driveways. I love historic ribbon driveways. I don't know why, I just do. I think, the curb cut's there, if the ribbon drive was there, if there used to be a porte cochere there. But I also agree with the petitioner that using historic curb cut that used to have a nice, beautiful little porte cochere next to it, as according to the survey map, to the old history map, insurance. But just putting a driveway there and having a car parked there that's uncovered and doesn't have a door to get into the house, I'm not sure how effectively historic preservation related that is. So I think it's nice to get cars using alleys. And I know you're big on that too. I think it's a good urban design. These neighborhoods were designed to do that. That's how they were designed. So I think it's, I also agree with the comments that you made, Ted, that there's no way this garage is gonna hold 2 cars with trash cans and that kind of thing. So it's 1 car in the garage, 1 car in the driveway. That's 2 cars. That's all he needs. That's all he has to provide for transportation. And I'm not sure where this whole, we need 3 or 4 parking spaces for a single family house came from. You already said we can't do an ADU. They don't meet the I don't know if it's what zoning or height or massing or, but he testified that he cannot do an ADU, or he would be. I think it was one of the first things he said at the beginning of his presentation. So I'm not sure we should be worried about someone else coming in and trying to do it later and adding another unit that would require more parking. But if they wanted to, they can try, they can go down that road 10 years from now. We don't have to worry about that. That's not being presented to us. So, I mean, I don't have as many of the concerns, obviously, that some people may have about this house and this design. I think would I like to see the final porch design with the brick going all the way down and the lower railings and the lower height, or can staff do that? I want to see the window detail recessed both in the masonry window, or masonry wall, and a wood frame wall, because the first floor is masonry, the second floor is framing. And that's common. That's done all the time, two-story houses. I think the house is prepared to be, approved with conditions. Okay.
Yeah, I agree with you on the ribbon drive in the front. And with the petitioner, I don't like seeing cars in the front, you know. If we
I
can
don't mind
avoid
seeing
that.
them if they're under a
Oh,
porte
absolutely,
cochere.
but it would just be
Right.
kind of hanging out there.
Which can't happen in this house
Right.
because of the utility easement, and we can't put back what was historically
Right,
there,
right.
because the house would have been moved further north to allow for a porte cochere to be on the side.
Yeah, and as you said,
And that didn't exist in
No,
1929.
and the petitioner is accommodating, getting the cars, getting a place for extra cars. Even if,
An extra car, maybe.
even if the
yeah.
garage is loaded with other stuff, you know.
There's two cars in the apron.
There's a spot for the cars, so, I really don't have an issue with how it's presented with that extra room. And, you know, if they needed an extra space, there's room to have something else in the back, you know, a pull-off in there that is paved or whatever else is appropriate back there to get another car that could be placed alongside the garage.
It's a lot of cars for one house.
Agree. I want to comment on this too, and just add a couple of other defining points on the parking piece. And I think I would start by recognizing, again, I think the neighbor's concerns are valid. I am very familiar with Suwannee, and it is a packed road, not just because of at this juncture, the cut through of Hillsborough, but there are more and more destinations on Florida that are attracting people with insufficient parking, frankly, and they're running up and down Suwannee trying to find a place to park to go to
street
dinner.
park, right, to walk to the place.
Yeah,
right.
and so it's very, very busy, so I absolutely respect that. I think, though, that given the configuration of this parcel, and for that this is the right approach, and I appreciate the applicant of taking this approach. First and foremost, not seeking to overbuild this site with a gargantuan structure that pushes the envelope on size, scale, mass, setback, what have you. It seems appropriate for that, and the fact that driving that rear access, in fact, promotes the alley activation. The alley looks like it does now because no one's using it, but when it begins to be used, they start to restore, and I'm very much in favor of the alleys finding their way back to active use. I love the idea of restoring that historic curb, bringing that back, and again, achieving what is likely the real historic nature of the site. The ability for them and the willingness to save the large tree. Obviously, it would be very complicated to not save it, but we know applicants come through every day trying to take down trees so that they can get more structure or more parking. So the tree taking prominence over any of those things, I give that a lot of credit. And ultimately, the applicant is achieving their parking requirements. They're exceeding them, and I agree with the point. Even if the garage only becomes a one-car garage, or maybe it's not used at all for the car, the movement of the garage provides for the 2 parking spaces that are needed. I reside in a home that accesses from the rear. We do it every day. There's never any parking on the street in front. We go around to the back and come through and enter your house that way. Once it's built and designed that way, it's very common in historic districts. So I agree. I think it's ready to be moved forward. I would support it moving forward. Thanks.
I have an issue with the parking. I just do. I think it's going to be a problem in that alley. I think Seminole Heights is different than other historic neighborhoods in Tampa, it looked like there was this building going down the one side looked great where the two duplexes were. Looking the other way, you had a building. I mean, I don't know that we had enough photo evidence to see really what it would look like coming in and out. And I am concerned that that they're just gonna park in front on the street because there's not a ribbon drive in the front. But I totally get there should be a cover. And if you look at what was historically there was front parking with a cover, just like the house next door, which is a historic home, has. So I do think this area is different as far as having parking in the back. But practically speaking, I think there's going to be an issue with the parking down the road. And in these hard Florida rains, I don't know that somebody's gonna be walking to their garage to put the trash in the trash can. I think it's gonna end up right outside the house, maybe in the back by the lanai. You would hope that somebody would put it in the garage, but when there's a torrential rain, they are not gonna walk to that garage that has no covered parking from the house to the garage. So I just have an issue with the parking. I think the house is lovely. I would like the railings to go down to meet with the neighborhood, for the brick to go down. I'm really torn about this parking for the house.
Okay, do we have a motion on the floor?
Well, I just want to reply real quick to that, in that I think the parking to the side, to the south side, almost has to be taken off the table and not meet the historic precedent that was there because of the utility easements.
No, but they could move the AC to someplace else. I'm not saying put the AC in the utility easement. Obviously, that can't happen. But the question was, could you move it 5 feet and still have a ribbon drive? And the answer was, yeah, that could be accomplished.
For one car.
I just don't like it.
For
Yeah,
one car.
but you could have the one car in the front, and you could have the other cars in the back.
Okay.
And I just don't know if you have two cars coming in and out back there. I just haven't seen enough photo evidence that that's
I think it's
able to do
It
that.
might be more dangerous, and we can discuss it. I haven't been on this street and looked at the traffic and how it backs up and how the road backs up and how but we've gotten a picture, I think, from applicants and commentators, that street is a problem. And making someone back out onto that street to get out of their parking space, is that solving a problem or creating a problem? And rather than having them all come in and have no issues with them getting out into their alley and then going to a street somewhere else, driving forward and not backing out of the driveway, is that a better, safer traffic solution? And taking away the ribbon curbs. That's my comment.
Well, again, I just, if there's a need for another spot, and I don't know that we, can suggest that, because it does meet code, I would put that extra spot in the back and not in the front. Right? So if there's an issue, there is room back there for that to happen.
And there's the same distance, the same cover problem. They're getting out of a car next to their house in the rain and getting soaking wet.
Yeah. I mean,
to walk anywhere.
Look, practically,
No matter what.
practically, I do think the garage is too small. For
So
Two cars.
is someone
Okay.
going to,
I can make a motion.
okay?
Okay, I'm going to make a motion to grant a certificate of appropriateness for the drawings and documents presented at this public hearing on ARC 2500000194 for the property located at, thank you, I have it right in front of me, 5308 North Suwannee Avenue, with the following conditions. That, I'll take some assist on this, I think there's a number of them. That the plans be modified or approved, be modified to reflect the changes that were presented at the presentation today. Do I need to list all of them, or is the presentation of the plans on the record sufficient?
They will you will receive and file the plans, and those will be what staff will look at from now on. But items that are additional to the plans, like the
Sure.
brick going down to the ground and the stucco on the garage base, those are things that would be
Okay.
conditions that would specifically be required to be
But he
changed.
noted the bricks coming down to the ground.
So I would put it, yeah, I would put it this way. So the conditions that were noted on the plans as they were presented today, they were articulated in red notations. Obviously, all of those are part of this conditioned approval. The modification of the garage placement on the site as articulated by the applicant to move it to the east by 5 feet. The consideration of a modification to the appearance of the roof in consultation with staff, reduction of the railing height as agreed by the applicant, the modification of the columns and brick carrying to the ground as agreed by the applicant, and was there anything else?
The stucco band rather than cementitious trim, which isn't, I don't think that's mandatory because it's a cementitious board anyway, but.
As stated.
Then that the windows be consistently recessed equally in both the masonry and the wood frame walls, and that there be alternate garage doors, both pedestrian and vehicular, be approved by staff.
And a landscape screening be detailed so that it appropriately screens the utilities and the AC time of CO.
It's a team effort, as stated by my 2 commissioners. Because, based upon the findings of fact, the proposed project is consistent with the Tampa Heights design guidelines of the City of Tampa for the following reasons: that it is consistent with size, scale, alignment, and aesthetics for the Seminole Heights Historic District and the Secretary of the Interior Historic Standards.
Okay, we have a motion, to hear a second?
I second.
All right, we have a second. Any discussion, any comments? All right, not seeing any. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All against? All right, so it is 6-1. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you understand all the
I did.
conditions? Do you
I
agree?
did. Yes, I agree, and there's a written documentation that I've given to HP, so did a great job, Ms. Post, but got it all captured over here with these folk.
All right, thank you. All right, the motion passes 6-1. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Look forward to our next project.
What did I do?
There we go. Commissioners, the next item on our agenda this evening is case ARC 25-0000399.
Excuse me, I can't hear them.
This is for the property at 2106 North Jefferson Street in the Tampa Heights Historic District, and the request is for demolition of a contributing structure. Moving to the photo presentation, if we may. Is that up on your screens yet? Yes. Great. The property at 2106 North Jefferson Street is located on the west side of Jefferson Street in the Tampa Heights Historic District between Park Avenue to the north and Ross Avenue to the south. There is an alley, which you can see on the sort of inset there of the map that shows the alley at the south side of the property running east to west. This is the 1920s Sanborn map of the area showing the subject property in green. You can see that it is shown as a one-story wood frame dwelling and that there was a one-story porch, an open porch on the front of the building at that time. This is the present-day aerial map, again showing the property on the west side of Jefferson Street between Park and Ross Avenues. This is the front elevation of the building, the contributing structure on the site. It is noticeable that the previously open front porch is now a masonry enclosed structure. The rest of the building, however, appears to maintain the majority of its historic characteristics. This is the north side of the subject property. And looking in from the south, this is the view from the alley looking at the house and the shed that's also on the property. And this is the view from the rear. You can see the rear of the structure here and the rear of the little accessory shed on the site. This is the property directly to the north, which is a non-contributing building to the district. It was built more recently, I believe in the 1990s perhaps. And this is the property to the east across Jefferson Street. It is a contributing structure in the historic district. This is looking north along Jefferson Street. The subject site would be to your left. This is looking south on Jefferson Street. You can see a bit of the property that's to the south of the alley there. The alley is a brick alley there. And that is also a newer construction building, not historic and not contributing to the district. This is the view in the alley, and we're looking east toward Jefferson Street. And then looking west along the alley with the subject site to your right. And that concludes the photo presentation. So at this time, I'll ask the applicant to present the request.
Steve Michelini, I have been sworn, and I'm here to request that the board allow the demolition of 2106 Jefferson Street. Let me start by saying that we have with us in supporting on the team the structural engineers here, Mike Hoffman. We also have the appraiser here, who is Mike Liggett, and they're both prepared to testify regarding this issue. We have major structural deficiencies regarding this property: roof, foundation, flooring, walls. Rehabilitation costs are disproportionate to the demolition and the restoration. $375,000 is estimated in the restoration. We had an additional contractor check the construction numbers, and I have a letter from them indicating that they have reviewed the construction letters and the estimates, and they concur. That's from Farrell Construction. After looking at the above mentioned structure in detail, I support the demolition request because clearly the cost of bringing the structure into code conformance far exceeds the economic value of the structure when complete. I also had a chance to review the general contractor's proposal and found it to be reasonable. It is not feasible to relocate the structure as it lacks structural integrity and would not be able to sustain any relocation. A reasonable use of the property without restoration is basically this property, and I'm surprised that it was habitable prior to the acquisition by this property owner. It is in very poor shape. The cost of demolition is excessive, and the renovated value is $570,000, and the acquisition cost was $625,000. The appearance of, in the staff report, they're saying the appearance of motivation is not sufficient for grounds to deny a request for demolition. Staff has not been trained in the real estate values, nor can they establish what they think is a reasonable cost that was originally paid for by this property, by this owner. The criteria are codified, and it does not lend itself to interpretation of motive. We have to meet other criteria, but motive is not one of the criteria. Believing that any individual paid too much or it is not in that part of that criteria, nor can the staff use that as a legitimate measure of meeting the criteria. It may be distasteful, it may not be likable, but it is not the code. The property is not habitable and is not income producing. The renovation costs are excessive. The lot is 7,400 square feet. It's zoned RM24. Future land use is residential 35. It was built in 1902. The structure size is 1,600 square feet with 3 bedrooms and 1 bath. The demolition cost, as I said, the property was acquired in December of 2024, and the structure was already in poor or extremely poor condition. According to the appraisal by Mike Liggett, and I'm going to call them up individually so they can testify on each of their specific disciplines. Anyway, as renovated, it would the value would be for $570,000, which is significantly less than what was the acquisition cost of the property. And if you look at the comparables for land costs, and we all know that those have risen significantly, land costs alone in this neighborhood are, without a structure, range somewhere in the area of $500,000. Projected investment, renovation, acquisition, $997,000. You have all of this in your package, by the way. In conclusion, renovation is not financially feasible, nor is it justified. The appraiser explicitly concludes that the highest and best use is redevelopment based upon the cost far exceeding the real resale value. And these are, again, in your report. We've identified significant structural deficiencies in the floor system, the walls, the ceilings. The most severe structural failure was observed in bedroom number 1, where a localized floor collapse has exposed the living space to the crawl space below. This failure corresponds with a severe deterioration on the edge of the girder beams. You have photographs that are within your package as well. The differential of the foundation and settlement has caused wall sections to slide, and there are horizontal 45-degree cracks along the walls that continue from the sides of the walls where the columns are all the way down to the floor. The floor system exhibits signs of inadequate load distribution as evidenced by the cracked floor tiles, kitchen and bathroom areas, and these deficiencies suggest insufficient structural support. Indeed, the structural engineer has identified that there would have to be 19 separate support mechanisms to support the existing structure of 1,600 square feet, which far exceeds the viability of this structure to be renovated. The form and extent of the damage of the floor joists and girder beams will be demonstrated, and they are in your packages with photographs and as well as a testimony will follow in a minute. The critical load bearing and components, particularly by the foundation and floor system and framing, have failed. The alternatives of demolition and relocation, it is not feasible to relocate. There is a letter in your package that indicates it would not be able to sustain relocation due to its structural loss of integrity. The possibility of a PD zoning or some other alternative is not feasible as well, because that is a use designation issue and not a structural component, which we're here for this evening to request demolition. The building and whether the landmark of the building or structure can be retained on the site, it cannot be retained on site feasibly. Both the structural assessment and the financial feasibility analysis and an attempt to preserve it would require substantial rehabilitation work, which would be disproportional to the value. Due to the advanced deterioration of the subfloor system, floor joists, girders, foundation components, as documented in the structural evaluation by LRE Foundation Repair, the building would not withstand physical demands for relocation. The applicant has the ability to build on this property and could accomplish that within a reasonable amount of time, considering planned development and permitting. The demolition is justified as an economic hardship. The applicant was unable to secure a reasonable investment, backed expectations to return under the condition, and it was compounded by the disproportional expense that was associated with repair, renovation, relocation, or demolition, leaving only demolition as the only feasible alternative. The economic hardship on the application by the certification is to demolish, and it is outlined in the costs that are associated with this report. The inability of the property owner to put to reasonable beneficial use. There is no alternate use that could be placed on this structure. And again, as I said earlier, I'm surprised that this structure was habitable at all. The estimate of the cost of the demolition is enclosed in your package, including both the acquisition price of $625,000, the projected renovation and structural remedies at $370,000, leads you to the number that I gave you, $997,000. This figure significantly outweighs the appraised market value and the associated value of the $570,000, which is the renovated value as estimated by the appraiser. It would be a loss of over $425,000, and therefore the renovations of this property are impractical. A report from the licensed engineer is here, and the engineer will testify to this. The estimated market value following the renovation is also in your package, and that appraiser is here to testify to that. The estimated cost from a developer and appraiser other than or other real estate professional is included, and again, that was $570,000 as renovated. The amount paid for the property is clearly identified as $625,000. If the property is not income producing, there is no remaining balance on the mortgage. All appraisals obtained within the past 2 years, we used the property appraiser's value, and those sheets are included in your package. The property has not been listed as it is not rentable for the last 2 years. There was the resident residing there just prior to the sale. However, after the purchase, it has not been able to be rented and was not ever put up for a rental. The assessed value of the property in the 2 most recent assessments and the value history is included. The assessed value in 2023 was $264,500. The assessed value in 2024 was $291,049. The real estate taxes in 2023 were $6,870.83, and the real estate taxes in 2024 were $7,102.18, as assessed as of March 31st, 2025. The form of ownership is a single-family owner, a single property owner. The amount of the property, evidence required for the completeness of the exhibit, the amount of paid for the property and the date of purchase and the property is included in the description, and that was $625,000, as I mentioned. If the property is not income producing, there's no remaining balance. Appraisals obtained within the last 2 years, I've given you that information. I've given you the taxes and all of the other associated information related to that. The alternates to demolition, relocation, we have letters in the package which indicate that it would not sustain being able to be relocated. It's not a landmark building, although it is classified as contributing, even though it's been significantly altered with masonry front enclosure, as well as the windows have been replaced. Those are aluminum windows that are not period consistent. Relocating the building is not practical. The applicant has the ability to build a new construction, which is possible, and they're committing to do that. The demolition is justified, the economic hardship is clearly identified, the cost far exceed the value of the property as it sits currently. Reasonable use and beneficial is there for residential, and it remains. It would not be altered in that respect. The estimated cost of demolition, we've given you that number, and post renovation is $570,000, which is less than the purchase price of the property with the land. A report by the licensed engineer is forthcoming. It's not income producing. The real estate taxes, I've given you all of that information. The residence exhibits significant widespread cracking in the walls and ceilings. This is from the engineer's report. 45-degree angle orientation of wall cracks indicating a differential foundation, slippage, and settlement of excessive deflection and load-bearing elements. A section of the ceiling has already collapsed, suggesting advanced state of material failure. In the bedrooms, missing metal roof panels, exposed structure and environmental elements, which is exceeding the exasperating, the demolition. The floor system is signs of inadequate load distribution, and if you will look at the pictures in a minute, you'll see that the floor joists and beams are deteriorating and in poor condition. There is significant termite damage as well, and that is throughout the structure. The differential settlement, as I said, has caused walls to crack. Water intrusion, moisture-related deterioration, age-related material degradation. Structural assessment of the historic structure indicates that it simply would not sustain being able to relocate, being able to rebuild. As I said, 19 separate pier foundations would have to be installed in order to stabilize existing structure. We have those letters in the package. I'll be happy to provide those to you. There's a detailed scope of work for renovation. It's also in your package that outlines item by item all of the costs associated with that, and then including the letter from the structural engineer, Michael Hoffman, the roof repair that I'll show you, the roof panels that blew off during the hurricane, the appraisal report by Michael Liggett, and I just wanted to give you a quick overview of the type of costs that you're running into. 306 Ross Street, these are separated individually, $715,000, $484,000, $338,000, and those are units, those are townhouses. They come to $1,537,000. So with respect to the values that are going on in the area. 404 Park and 404, this is two different ones, 404 Park, $1,060,000. On Jefferson, 2202, 2002, Jefferson, $1,780,000. Central Avenue, $560,000. 2109 Jefferson, and there's 3 units there, $1,300,000. And then we go down to 2103 Jefferson, $847,000. This is all from the property appraiser's webpage, and it was a sales search that I did. And then you have $1,700,000 for 310 Ross Street. Anyway, I'd like to call the structural engineer, Michael Hoffman, up to give you an overview regarding the structural integrity and the condition of the structure. Mike.
Hello, my name is Mike Hoffman. I've been sworn in. I am the owner of Advanced Engineering Consultants. Address is 10,009 Gallant Lane, Tampa, Florida. He's done an excellent job on the structural thing. I really don't need to say much more, but he covered a lot of the key points there. I have been practicing engineering, structural engineering, since 1983, and not just in housing structures, but many other structures. One of the key things I want to say, a structural engineer, his first concern is the life safety of people, okay? And the collapse, preventing the collapse of structures. Now, on a nice breezy day with just regular loading, you say, look, the house is still standing, everything's good. But what about 40, 50, 60 mile an hour winds or other loading conditions? And you can have a catastrophic failure. And that's what I'm here to try to prevent. This, if you look at a house or a structure, I gotta deal with dead loads, that's gravity. I gotta deal with lateral loads. I gotta deal with uplift. And this structure in our investigation is failing in all the major components, including the foundation. I'm gonna show you some photographic evidence about the foundation, about the beams. There's widespread termite damage throughout this structure. And I'll be showing that, but I just want to articulate some of this. The roof, you know, there's been water intrusion. So when you look at all the things that have happened to this house, it's been there since 1902, okay? You have the termite damage, the wood destroying organism damage, which is widespread. You have differential settlement because the different piers and foundations are giving at different rates. Now those structural elements have been compromised because of that differential settlement. Then you have the water intrusion and moisture-related deterioration. We saw that throughout the structure, in the ceiling, in the walls, and even down in the structural members of that make up the foundation. And I'll be showing you those photographs. And then, honestly, there's the age-related material degradation, okay? The house has been there since 1902. It's over 120 years old. And especially when exposed to the environment, such as the water intrusion that came in through the roof and so forth, there's just too much widespread damage. It's a demolition job, it really is. So to amplify a little bit on this, I'm gonna now turn to some photographs within my report. So for example, this is, you know, exposure to this structure because roof panels were blown away, I presume it'll be from the previous hurricanes. Here you see that 45-degree cracking in the walls. That's indicative of differential settlement. So all those walls have been compromised. Naturally, you see other moisture within the structure. And then when you start looking at the foundation, you see this. Let's see if that's showing a good picture of that. But you literally see collapsing members. You see water staining and termite damage. Remember, termites like moisture and water, right? So they all gravitate to that. Here you see another photograph. Oh, the captions is obstructing it a little bit. Okay, here you can see the considerable water damage. You see bearing stresses in the wood, where the wood is crushed. And so this, and I could keep going on and on. Here's another one. You see the significant deflection in the beam, and then the floor joists also compromised. There's, you see more bearing failures. Here, this is a classical one. These 45-degree cracks you see in this beam are indicative of shear failure. A beam can fail in tension, where the fibers can't carry the tension loads, or they can fail in shear. That's where the web of the beam, the middle part of the beam, fails. And these shear cracks indicate that. here you see termite damage at the bottom of a beam. Well, when you have a bending moment, the bottom portions of the beam go into tension, and the upper parts of the beam go into compression. Well, if I'm losing my section there, then,
I need to bring Mike up for this appraisal stuff.
oh, okay. So I think, like I say, we could stay here, but there's widespread damage in this structure, so.
And we'll reserve time for you to ask him questions if you wish later on.
Okay.
Mike?
Thank you. My name is Mike Cliggett. My company is Cliggett Valuation. We performed an appraisal on the property under the premise as if it was renovated. And so we went to the neighborhood, surrounding neighborhood, looked at other renovated properties that had sold within the last year. I've got 5, it's in the packet that they provided, but I've got 5 comparable sales, 1 listing that was under contract. Those sales range in value, overall sale price from $500,000 to $620,000, and on a price per square foot basis, $278 to $467. After adjustments for differing features, they range from $309 to $444 with an average of $356,000. My conclusion of value for the property was $355 a square foot at 1,600 square feet, which is $568, and we rounded to $570,000. Questions?
Questions come later.
Okay.
Okay, board, I think we've gone through most of the criteria, if not all of the criteria regarding whether or not we meet that for consideration for demolition. We have the property appraiser's report in here for you that shows the values and purchases and what the costs were. There seems to be an issue said that, there's a letter in here from somebody else that says basically that it's a self-imposed hardship. You can't evaluate what the cost of the property was and say, well, you paid too much. Well, that's an interpretive value, an interpretive issue. But when you see, as I showed you on the sales report from the property appraiser's office, it is in line, and many of the properties surrounding there, that was all, the ones I showed you were within 300 feet of the subject property. So it wasn't a wide search except for a typical notice area for the city is 300 feet, and that's the criteria that I use. Any sales within 300 feet, and I gave you the calculations and the values that were associated with it. We don't have an expectation necessarily of an increase in income off of this because there is none. When we start talking about the value of demolition and renovation versus what could be done there, it simply doesn't equate. We have a number of the neighbors here that are going to be testifying in their support of this demolition. I have a petition here signed by a number of them supporting our request, and I'll have that entered into the record. And that concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions, and our experts will be available as well.
I wanted to add something, Steve.
Oh, the owner.
Alejandro Jimenez, I'm the applicant. I've been sworn in as well. So I did want to state also that looking at the economic hardship, even if we take as a basis, if the property had been acquired at the assessed value of $372,000, if we add to that the renovation cost based on the disrepair and how the condition of the property is, which was prepared by certified contractor, was verified by another contractor that says that the costs are in alignment. We had also LRE Foundation perform evaluation of the repair just of the foundation. If we add this cost, basically we would be at a total investment on this property, $744,000. That in the economic part would be unfeasible, and it is an economic hardship, not self-imposed. If we took as a potential purchase if we had acquired the property at the assessed value. That being said, that would put us underwater $170,000 of the after repair value, based on the appraisal report that Mike conducted. And there's other factors that are affecting this property. If we take the economic hardship apart, we have also, well, the structural deficiencies on the property that are clearly notated. And as Mike stated, it would impose also safety concerns of future persons that would live in this property. So I did want to add that we have an economic hardship, but not only that, there's a safety concern for the potential person that could live in this property, and thankfully there's no one living there right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
If that concludes the applicant's presentation, I can continue on to the staff report. Elaine Lund, Historic Preservation Staff. We found that this submission complies with the submission requirements of the City of Tampa Code of Ordinance, Section 27116F1 and 3. Those are the submission requirements. And just to go over those in brief, they were, I believe, addressed in the order they are in the code by the applicant during the presentation. I would like to point out that there are two parts to this, this part of the code. Subsection 1, the burden of proof, in which the applicant must provide substantial competent evidence that the demolition is necessary, including whether they explored alternatives to demolition, such as planned development districts, whether the building can be retained on site, whether relocating the building is appropriate and feasible, whether the applicant had the ability to build the proposed new construction within a reasonable period of time, and whether the demolition is justified as an economic hardship. Subsection 3 is all about the economic hardship. So the code states that the ARC is to consider the question of economic hardship for the applicant and determine whether the property can be put to reasonable beneficial use without the approval of the demolition application. For purposes of this section of the code, economic hardship means the inability of the property to be put to reasonable beneficial use. There are several items required as part of the evidence required by code. The majority of these items were fully addressed in the initial submission, and as part of the conditions for the public hearing, we requested for them to provide additional information to fully meet every portion of those required required documents or pieces of information. So the estimate for the demolition cost, the appraised value based on the current condition of the property, the statement from the registered structural engineer that the building cannot be moved, and I believe there was an additional bit of information provided with the renovation summary estimate that were submitted after the staff report was written, and I believe that is what is included in the supplemental documents package that was provided by the applicant here this evening. So I would like at this time to go through some of the valuation history on this particular site. Pardon? If we are able to bring the presentation up, thank you. So we're looking at the economics presented in this particular case to see if there is a hardship regarding the inability of the property to be put to reasonable beneficial use. So the assessed value of the property by the property appraiser for Hillsborough County in 2024 was $291,000 and $49. That is less, of course, than the just or the market value of the property that the property appraiser provided, which was $379,112. In December of 2024, this property was purchased from the estate of Frank Valdez Sr. For $435,000. And they in turn sold the property to the, the estate of Frank Valdez Sr. sold the property to ASC Investment Strategies, which in turn sold it to the current owner, Zuveria LLC, for $625,000. The applicant has provided 2 appraisals for the property, one with the initial application for the appraised value as if renovated, which is the number they are using, at $570,000, and an additional appraisal that they was provided after the staff report was written, dated September 1st of this year, stated that the appraised value as is $438,000. This is a chart just showing the rising value of the property over the last 5 years here. In 2024, the property appraiser noted the market value of the property at a little over $200,000. Those numbers continue to climb up until 2024. And then on this chart, the purchase price from the sale from the estate owner was $435,000. That's shown in yellow. The purchase price that Zuveria LLC bought the property for is $625,000, is shown in red. And the 2 appraisal values there are shown in green. That's the as if renovated appraised value, and then the as is value is shown in, I believe that's a purple there, at $438,000. Moving on, the front porch has been brought up, and I just wanted to note that this is something that we commonly deal with in the historic districts. Deteriorated or missing historic features may be replaced if they're missing, and this replacement should be substantiated by documentary or physical evidence. In this case, we do have the Sanborn maps showing the open wood front porch on the structure. The Secretary of the Interior Standards and Guidelines for Rehabilitation, when discussing entrances of porches, recommend for missing historic features such as the original front porch that it be, designed or installed when, if the historic feature is completely missing or has been replaced by one that is compatible, and that it may be an accurate restoration based on documentary or physical evidence, or it may be a new design that is compatible with the size, scale, material, and color of the historic building. And these are a few examples of front porches that have been restored in our historic districts. This one is in Tampa Heights. the corner of Central Avenue and Park Avenue. You can see on the left the building as it appeared before it was rehabilitated. And on the right, the photo showing the front porch as rehabilitated and restored to an historic appearance. Similarly, this occurred at the property a few lots down Park Avenue at 506 East Park Avenue. You have the prior to rehabilitation photo on the left and the post-rehabilitation photo on the right, showing more period-appropriate details on the front porch than the ones that were in place at the time. This is in Ybor City, showing the reconstruction of a front porch that was missing. And then finally in Hyde Park, we have an example of a building that in 2002 or 2003, I think it was 2002, was reopened. It had been enclosed and a new covering over the front door had been added. During the rehabilitation of the building, the porch was reopened and reestablished with period-appropriate details. And finally, this is the photo from the 1993 survey of Tampa Heights, which was done prior to the establishment of the National Register Historic District and the local historic district, showing that the porch existed in its current condition then, and it was still found to be contributing to the district at that time. Finally, I would just like to note that there were some letters received, and those are in your packets. And at this time, I will turn the staff report portion over to our administrator, Dennis Fernandez, for the administrator's report.
Good evening, Commissioners. Dennis Fernandez, Architecture Review and Historic Preservation Manager. The process for demolition under 27-116 does require, in addition to the staff evaluation and administrator's recommendation on the application that's presented for you, that is articulated in the staff report. The staff report was provided to the applicant in advance of the 7-day requirement of the code, and so I'm going to summarize some of the points that have not been addressed by Ms. Lund already. I want to begin with just a reminder of the claim of economic hardship. Under 27-116, which is referenced in your staff report, there are certain requirements that have to be presented when a contributing structure or landmark structure also is being proposed for demolition. That begins under numeral F, under the burden of proof, and there are 5 requirements. I think Mr. McElhaney reviewed those, beginning with the alternatives to demolition, whether the building can be retained on site under item B, whether relocating the landmark building or contributing building is appropriate and feasible, where the applicant has the ability to build the proposed new construction within a reasonable time period, and whether the demolition is justified as an economic hardship. So before we get to the discussion on economic hardship, the burden of proof criteria must first be considered. It's my opinion that all the alternatives to demolition, aside from relocation, have not been adequately investigated or considered. So I think just within the crux of the burden of proof, we have a moment of pause where we consider that there are other alternatives to demolition. This is an RM24 zoning category, which allows for more than one single unit. There could be additional units added on, both attached or detached. Also, there's an opportunity for additional construction on the site that could add additional square footage In addition to the possibility of adapting the property to realize more of an income potential, any incentives for preservation, such as tax incentives, grants, or other related programs, haven't been factored into the economic viability for the reuse of this property other than its demolition. So moving through that discussion, there was a void of information on those facts, so there's no comment that I can make other than that information wasn't presented. On the claim of economic hardship, within the definition of economic hardship, and we're dealing with a property that was in a single-family use, which relates to the hardships, the hardship being constituted by the inability of the property to be put to a reasonable beneficial use. That's a reasonable beneficial use. That's not the highest and best use. Okay, the highest and best use on this property would certainly be to demolish this structure and to add multifamily on it. And that's exactly what was being proposed by the applicant prior to engaging in our process. So as you move into the economic hardship sequence, and first I'll start by saying that the agent referred that the city has no interest in the amount paid for the property or it being tangential to the issue of economic hardship. However, under 27-116, Section 3E, one of the requirements is the amount paid for the property, the date of purchase, and the party from whom the purchase occurred. So we certainly have interest in what the purchase prices was in determining if an economic hardship does exist. So with that, we were very interested in sort of the value versus the purchase price of this transaction, because these numbers are being composed into the cost of rehabilitation to justify the economic hardship. So as Ms. Lund had indicated, we have the 2024 property appraiser assessed values, which were what the staff had to work with at the time that this staff report was produced. The deadline for information was August 20th. We received information this week, came in well beyond the time period that we distributed that information to you. So the pertinent information for this talk, and although we did present that in our slide that Elaine presented, it is not constituted into the calculations for the purpose of the staff report. But using the information we had a $291,049 value for the assessed value, and then of course we all know that the market value of structures are typically higher than the assessed value. So we had $379,112. Now that's a value that the appraiser does based on visual assessment. So they are usually doing that through some sort of visit or some sort of photographic evidence to constitute that value. When this property was sold to ASC Investment Strategic LLC on December 11th, 2024, it was sold at $435,000, okay, which is slightly over the market value. However, the information that was presented to us earlier this week did place that value at $438,000 for the as-is value without it being approved. So that would be more consistent to what the as-is value is to the existing condition. However, on that same day, Zerveria LLC, which is the applicant today, purchased that property for $625,000 from ASC, $190,000 over their purchase price. Thereby setting in a threshold of investment that began the calculation for what constituted an economic hardship. As we move through the process of how this application comes before you, the property owner then, or his agent, applied for a demo permit on February 28, 2025. Then a site plan review for, I'll call it a duplex or two townhouse unit under the RM24 zoning, March 3rd, 2025. The appraisal was then submitted in May after they had contacted us to determine what the demolition process would entail. So when we provided them 27116, they began to then compose their evidence through the prior restoration and appraisal values and subsequent information that eventually led to what their packet includes today. The ARC application for the demolition of the contributing structure was submitted on June 25th, 2025. So we have a sequence that suggests that the property was purchased for redevelopment under its highest and best use of RM24 in a historic district with a property that contained a contributing structure, and a historic district is established to protect the contributing structures. That's the whole point of why the Tampa Heights neighborhood came to the city, and collaboratively we worked on creating the local historic district that's now in place. It's created for situations like this where there may be a higher potential of entitlement underlying a contributing resource. And thereby, that contributing resource becomes endangered just by the nature of the land that it sits on. And I think we see this play out commonly in the city of Tampa outside of a historic district, but when it comes into a historic district, it's a totally different situation because we have a modest number of structures representing the historic Tampa Heights district, about 260 contributing structures, about 200, less than half non-contributing structures, for a total of just over 500. And it's very important that we consider the protection of these structures, the reuse of these structures, and then ultimately, if there is justification for a particular property owner that warrants demolition. With that being an issue, aside from that, we've already talked about the acquisition costs. The restoration costs provided the estimate of $372,219 to rehabilitate the property. That's inclusive of a foundation repair, which is $96,652.97. It includes items such, the estimate includes items such as structural issues, siding, windows, doors, roofing repairs, plumbing, electrical, mechanical repairs, upgrades, interior finishes, site works, and soft costs. So it's essentially the rehabilitation, a new build is almost the same type of estimate that you're looking at, a total redo of that particular property. This estimate goes beyond providing the basic costs that would be necessary required to meet the minimum standards of occupancy. There again, bringing that property back to a reasonable, beneficial use and not the highest and best use. It includes items such as landscaping, fencing, and appliance costs. Normally, those are not part of a rehabilitation project. The building, notably, the building retains much of its historic material. It includes siding, window trim, details of its form. Mr. Michelini mentioned there were aluminum windows. The aluminum windows are on the addition. The house has its original windows on the remainder of the structure, including wood screens and the original siding. I'm not ignoring the fact that the work needs to be done to this property. It certainly does. When I started with the city 25 years ago, there were a number of properties in this condition that we worked with the community, with property owners, with developers to preserve those properties and to restore those properties. You saw some of those exhibited in Elaine's photographs. Fortunately, the historic district has been very effective in preserving and in increasing the value of the properties in and around Tampa Heights. And there's been obviously a redevelopment boom that's been enjoyed with the Heights redevelopment and that area along North Franklin Street, and the investment that property owners within the Tampa Heights district have made. However, we can't forget where we came from. Where we started at was a group of mostly deteriorated historic structures that needed rehabilitation. Very much like this one, I deal with these every day. This is not a huge mountain to climb. This is normal business for us. We deal with this every day. And working with the staff, utilizing considerate redevelopment approaches, it's achievable. During our site visit on August 7th, 2025, staff observed the condition of the property is consistent with that seen in other buildings of similar age in the historic district and does not appear to have been caused by the neglect of the current ownership. However, I will say that there seemed to be a pointing to the metal 5E crimp roof that's removed. That certainly has been there since last year's storms, Milton and Helene, and that could have been repaired in December when this building was acquired. So there are some issues that I think that the ownership would have to take responsibility for. The cause of deterioration stated in the structural assessment provided by advanced engineering consultants, wood destroying organisms, differential sediment, water intrusion, are all still consistent with those seen in other buildings of similar age throughout the historic district. They're not unique to this structure. The structure's nearly 125 years old. It has not been thoroughly restored since that period. There's going to be deficiencies. It's never going to meet 2025 Florida Building Code without demolishing it and rebuilding it. Historic buildings do not meet the current building code. They're not expected to. There are exemptions within the code that allow for leniencies so that we do not have to totally destroy the character of the buildings in trying to bring them up to a code for today's standards. Based on the information and exhibits provided and observations made during the site visit, is the ARC administrator's determination that if the property had been acquired at a purchase price more in accordance with its market value, the property would have been able to be put to a reasonable beneficial use. The sequence of transactions and permit applications, along with the lack of initial application for a certificate of appropriateness, consultation with the staff, or a permit for rehabilitation, suggested that this property was acquired with the intention of demolition and more intensive redevelopment under the RM24 zoning classification. Consistent with legal precedents, an owner is not entitled to the highest and best possible financial return from their property, which appears to be the goal presented in this applicant's redevelopment plan submitted March 3rd, 2025 under SPR 25000983 and SPR 2500000984. The financial hardship proposed by the applicant is a self-imposed factor that places the commission in a position of considering a skewed scenario in evaluating an investment-backed expectation that from its conception was unobtainable without the demolition of the 1902 contributing structure and complete redevelopment of the property. Therefore, the administrator recommends denial of the request based on their failure to demonstrate an economic hardship that was not self-imposed. This determination is specific to this case that we're hearing now, located at 2106 North Jefferson Street, based on its current condition, construction characteristics, and the specific costs and values evaluated. And that concludes our staff report.
Thank you, Dennis, very thorough. Is there anyone in the public that's here to speak for or against this project? Please identify yourself when you come up. And has everybody been sworn?
I'm going to relinquish my time, but I have not been sworn. Do I need to swear in first?
You don't need to swear in, but if you would state your name.
Sure. My name's Nicole Pederica at 501 East Amelia Avenue, and I'm here for the Tampa Heights Civic Association.
Thank you.
I have not been sworn. Do you want to swear me in first?
Okay.
Not that I'll go first, but.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be providing today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Jeff Marshall. Thanks.
So I'm taking some of the time, or the time of Ms. Pederica, who has just been sworn in. My name is Roger Grunke. I'm an architect and building contractor. I reside at 2708.
One moment, sir.
So she's donating her time.
So he will have 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Okay, my name is Roger Grunke. I'm an architect and building contractor. I reside at 2708 North Elmore Avenue and am a board member of the Tampa Heights Civic Association and co-chair of its Land Use Committee. My professional work has won multiple awards from both the Florida Trust for Historic Preservation and the Tampa Hillsborough Planning Commission. My specialty is in the design of new structures in historic districts. I am here on behalf of the Tampa Heights Civic Association to voice our opposition to the requested demolition of 2106 North Jefferson Street. I have often admired the steep roof pitch of this 2106 structure. The simplicity and massing of the building has always made me suspect that the building is either late 19th century or early 20th century. Indeed, records show that the cottage was built in 1902, making it one of the few vernacular-style structures in the Tampa Heights Historic District. My personal experience in moving, rehabilitating historic structures, elevating them to levels of modern utility, and adding square footage has given me the ability to visually assess a structure and, with knowledge of the building site plan, determine whether that structure has the potential to become a high sought-after property. 2106 would be an excellent candidate for appropriate historic renovation. The unfortunate porch enclosure can easily be removed and an appropriate design built in its place. The ultra-simplicity of the body of the structure, coupled with the available land around it, including alley access, would welcome and easily handle a creative addition that could include automobile storage and an additional dwelling unit. The quality of the raw material that this structure and its location inherently possess would enable any qualified architect and building contractor to make the historic renovation of this building a financial success. The fact that the structure is located on property zoned multifamily cannot be a basis to compare and expect profit from its rehabilitation to equal profit derived from maximizing the zoning. These would be two different products and would have two different profit margins. Furthermore, any such comparison is nonsense, as demolition of this building would be against the law. This building has been rightly assessed as a contributing structure in our historic district. This assessment carries legal weight. It is the law, and that law needs to be respected. Any investor who does not recognize this cannot claim hardship. It is also worth noting that as a result of the overlay district, every primary residence in Tampa Heights is entitled to have an additional dwelling unit. A creative and responsible architectural design for this property would include such. This would render the overall project significantly more desirable, and the income property would also make it easier for a homeowner to acquire a mortgage. What I've outlined here is the path that should be followed. We look towards you to support, one, the law, and two, help us attempt to prohibit the demolition of this project. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jeremy Korch, 208 East Park Avenue, and I have been sworn. I am a resident of the Tampa Heights Historic District, and I am here to oppose the proposed demolition of 2106 North Jefferson Street. This house, built in 1902, is a rare and remarkably intact example of turn-of-the-century Florida vernacular architecture. It stands as one of the least altered houses in our neighborhood, and yet we are here because an out-of-town buyer wants to demolish this 123-year-old house, clear-cut the old growth trees, and put up a duplex. Many of us in the Tampa Heights Historic District owns houses that were once considered, quote, as beyond repair as 2106 North Jefferson, except they weren't. My house was moved from the Metmin parking lot in a deplorable, termite-eaten state, but we wouldn't have the Tampa Heights Historic District if our predecessors had chosen demolition over preservation. Because of their work, people now pay a premium to live in our neighborhood. So here are the facts. Number one, this house was never publicly listed for sale. No one in the neighborhood had the opportunity to purchase it, live in it, or rehabilitate it. Number two, this house was flipped on the same day. I'm not sure what happened to this allegedly demolition-worthy house to make it appreciate $200,000 in a couple of pen strokes, but if I could figure out how to legally do that with my house, I would quit my day job. Number three, the claimed economic hardship of the current owner is self-imposed. The owner knowingly paid nearly $200,000 over fair market value for a contributing structure in a historic district. Rehabilitation is feasible, and while it may not yield a windfall, preservation isn't about maximizing profit. It's about honoring the character and history of our neighborhood. If speculative overpayment becomes a valid excuse for demolition, then we risk turning our historic district into a developer's playground. Number four, this house has been neglected during the review process. One of the house's roof panels has been laying in the yard since Hurricane Milton, meaning there's been a hole in the roof since October 9th, 2024, that the current owner has done nothing to patch. It has been there for over 9 months of the current owner's ownership, and they have done nothing. Moreover, there is a window that is open on this property, and it's been open for months. Finally, this is not infill. There is already a house on this lot. If the owner wanted infill, it should have bought an empty lot. We have plenty of them in our neighborhood. In conclusion, approving this demolition would set a dangerous precedent that overpayment with intentional neglect can be weaponized to erase the history and contributing structures so many of us house-proud neighbors work so hard to maintain. It would undermine the purpose of this commission and the preservation standards we rely on to protect our neighborhood's character. I respectfully request that you deny this application. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Michael Spokus. I live at 210 East Ross Avenue, just 2 blocks away from the house on Jefferson Street. One of the most important parts of our historic district are the contributing homes in the district. There are only so many of these homes, and once they're gone, they're gone. I think it goes without saying that if you buy a contributing historic home in a historic district, you know the obligations and you know what you're getting yourself into. To say this home is unsalvageable is almost laughable if it wasn't so maddening. We have all seen countless homes around the Heights and Ybor that have been restored, and many that were in way worse shape than this home. So for the sake of the Tampa Heights Historic District, its residents, and the finite number of historic homes left, I plead that this home be saved and not destroyed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff Marshall, 206 East Ross, just 2 doors down from Mike Spokus and 2 blocks from this property that's before you for demolition. Maybe Mr. Spokus doesn't want to say, but he's actually worked on a lot of homes in the area himself, and there's a lot of sweat equity that goes into these. And instead of implore upon you that I think that obviously I think this is neglect, and as well represented as the applicant is, and though we may disagree, it's good to have a robust debate. And I think when they articulate that motive is not really a factor under there, the city, the Architectural Review Commission has a preservation as its primary motive. So it is our motive to explore why we're trying to keep this property in place. And as we look at it, we look at some of the other properties that the city has presented that are in much better condition than they were even, less than a decade ago. The condition of this house, honestly, is very similar to the condition of the house that I bought in 2019. Crawling under the house and seeing, thankfully, that our just prior owners put some beams under the house. Okay, well, if they've at least helped with the foundation, I can start from the top down and take off 3 layers, whoever approved that, of roofing, expose the original rafters, the beautiful inside rafters that are there, and put on decking and actual roof that will protect the rest of that house. I'm into my house without telling my wife on the record, probably over $200,000. okay? And we bought it at perhaps a good time, but the idea is that if I can go to Mr. Spocus and say, hey, listen, this is what you're doing. How did this work for you? Because your house is beautiful. This is the neighborhood somebody might want to spend their hard-earned money on. We were a family of 5 when we moved in, largely supporting the work that's done in this house on one income. I'm a small business owner, put a lot of time into this neighborhood. When we see homes go up, we value that neighborhood. It's a small home. I think I was telling Mr. Spocus and Mr. Koch the other day, like 3 or 4 of us on a weekend could just go and mitigate some of this damage, at least the suffering. 20 years of termite damage in my house. I could see it. What do you do to mitigate it? What do you do to restore it? How do you reorient a house in 2025 to maintain that preservation? And you'll see those homes, luckily, in the year 2025. We let this one go, it can't be undone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak for or against this project? All right, not seeing any, we will start with questions from the commissioners, and I can't remember, so we'll start on my left.
I'm going to ask one question, but then I may come back to the applicant or council. So one of the items that we need to look at is the cost, the projected cost of rehabilitation, correct? If we were going to, if we were going to require him to rehabilitate it. And I note that you have an estimate of $372,000, right?
I'm bringing up the
Okay.
appraisal
Yeah.
expert.
Well, part of it is based on, in the record that was given to us, there's a renovation, residential construction contract, which I take it to mean is what it would cost to renovate. And it says $372,219.32 is in there. And my real question is, that contract is between PCIG Restoration LLC and the current owner. And isn't PCIG Restoration LLC, in the narrative that's given in this other packet, the company that would actually do, if you were allowed to demolish it, would actually do the new build? Is it the same company?
You have to ask the owner. I don't know the answer to that.
It is the same company.
Come here.
It is the same company, yes.
So it's the same company that gave
Correct.
what
On
it
the
would
total
cost to
amount, yes.
restore it?
LRE Foundation, it was outsourced to evaluate just the structural part.
Okay. And I thought I saw somewhere in here, but I'm not sure, that if the property was to be demolished, that not a single-family home is thought, it would be a duplex? I may be making that up. I've tried to read all this while everybody was talking. Is it planned that it would be a duplex?
That would be the highest and best use, but we would be open into being a single-family home. That's not out of the picture, but that is the highest and best use for this particular lot that we found.
Okay.
And just to reiterate, we also have from an independent contractor that doesn't have anything to do with whom potentially would be building or rehabilitating this property. They reviewed the quote for the renovation of this home, and he says that it's actually in line basically with the proposed quote for the renovation. And we have a letter from him. Steve has a letter from.
I've already given
It's already provided.
Okay. All right, then I had one question about the appraisal.
Yes.
Mr. Cliggett, is that?
Yes, that's
yeah.
correct.
So I note that one of the extraordinary assumptions that's in the beginning of the appraisal is that, I guess upon a visit to the site on May 28th, it seems to indicate that demolition work had begun. Is that correct?
Just that it was in poor condition, not that demolition had been done.
Okay, because it says the subject is currently under renovation, and based on our visit to the property, the renovations have begun with mostly just demolition having been completed to date. In addition to the interior demolition work in the home, we note some electrical and plumbing work has been completed, but the majority of the renovations, including flooring, so and so and so, has not been completed. And it's estimated that the completion date would be May 28th, 2025. I just want to make sure, is that related to this property?
No, I apologize. I'm not, I don't know if that was left over, but that is not
From a prior
the
appraisal,
condition.
maybe?
That was not the condition of the property when we visited it, correct?
Okay.
And, pictures in here are from when we visited the property.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that demolition had not started on this property before,
Other than
when
that,
you
it was
went
in
and
poor
saw it.
condition, correct, there was no demolition.
And I wanted to add also, when the staff did their visit to the property is in the same condition as it is right now. We haven't touched the property at all. We just removed the furniture at this point that was inside the property and been maintaining the lawn since the staff was there at this point.
All right, nothing.
Yeah, I had read that sentence also, and was very, it was interesting that the report contradicts itself, because then, back on page 18, it says that no renovation or demolition has started as of the date of our visit to the property. But this is an extraordinary assumption. You would think you would review extraordinary assumptions very, very carefully, because they're unique to every single property. And then I think they're written by two different people. It's just my opinion.
Yeah, I apologize.
But that was one of my major concerns also. Can someone explain why the roof panel hasn't been put back on, and why the windows haven't been closed to the property?
The window is not that it hasn't been closed, that I saw the window open because they installed actually a window unit. There's no AC in the property, and there was a window unit before when we purchased the property. We haven't touched the property as we, at this point.
Why not?
We're waiting to see what the,
No, you can do repairs to a property that you own. I'm asking why you haven't done those small, tiny maintenance repairs to prevent the house from deteriorating even further.
the repair at this point would be the panel, and that's something that we should have been addressed. Yes, that's something that we should have addressed.
And you put a board up and an open window and things like that to prevent the house from being demolished by neglect. It's what you do when you own a property. Who owns the contracting company? You had the name of it out. Yeah, PGID Restoration, and they were a subsidiary of
Sun City Premier.
Sun City Premier. Who owns all that?
I own Sun City Premier.
Okay, so you own the contractor that was
I
quoting.
own, yes,
That was quoting the price to
Yep.
repair the house that you also bought for $200,000 over the purchase price that happened the day before, or the same day.
correct.
Okay.
And to be clear, again, the contractor that works for my company, he did his assessment, and we had it reviewed by another contractor to be if it's in line. And if you go into construction standards and the restoration of a property of this size, you would be looking at close to $500,000 basically.
And we were I was looking through the exhibit, the detailed scope of work. And again, we haven't had a chance to review this additional supplementary stuff, which I take seriously. I spend days and hours. So I haven't had a chance to review the extra supplementary stuff that was presented. But I did tour the house. I did do a drive-by of the house, walked around the house, crawled underneath the house. Because this is what I do for a living, is I do restoration of historic properties. I'm very similar to one of the commentators over here. And so some of these things that are in here, you don't need, I mean, I'm just stating, but where's a structural report that states that you need 56 helical piers?
There is an LRE report. It's an Annex 2 on your initial report, Annex 2. On the initial report that was submitted with the application, you can see their LRE report. They came and did a structural assessment of the property. And you can
Okay, but where's the design for 56? Where's the
It's
design
there.
documents? The design documents are there
Yes,
for that?
sir.
That require 56 helical
Yes, sir.
piers to support brick pilasters? Because the building's just brick pilasters on spread footings.
Page 87, Annex 2, basically, it's labeled as Annex 2 on the initial report.
Is this in the supplemental document?
No, it's on the original document that was presented when we submitted the application on June 25th.
I
So
see Annex
for the sake of time,
2, yeah,
I would say we either take his testimony
okay.
that it's accurate, and then it's in the record.
When you purchased the building, was any due diligence done?
It was on.
In December 11th?
It was off-market deal. Basically, it was a wholesaler purchase that we did, as we purchased many of the properties that we develop here in Tampa.
But you don't do any due diligence, you don't have a structural inspection, you don't do, isn't that kind of normal, is to do a title search and a structural
Of course, there
inspection
was
of
a
a
title
property
search done.
before you spend $600,000?
There was a title search done, yes.
So you knew it was in a historic district? Because that would be on the title search.
That's something that was missed.
How does that get missed in a title search?
That was missed.
It's also in the middle, is it not? It's in the middle of the historic district. It's right in the smack center, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're aware there's a Seminole Heights Historic District?
I am.
In Tampa?
I am.
Okay. I don't have any other real questions to ask.
I don't either yet. Okay.
I would like to thank staff for their excellent presentation. I have no further questions.
I'm going to ask a question that's been asked, but I don't feel like it's been fully answered. And to some extent, you might have answered it in answering an unrelated question, but it has to do with what activity you've done with the home since it was purchased in any way to mitigate. And it was specifically asked, why not even put a blue tarp or in any way try to remedy some of the damage in a protective way. The absence of that to me is evidence of demolition by neglect. So I think on the record, why were there no actions taken?
Well, the property at this point, demolition by neglect, we purchased this property in December of 2025. I understand that since then there has been a 9-month period, but the damages on the property, for example, of roof, were there before our acquisition of the property. We were awaiting to see what was going to be the process of what was happening with the property at this point, if we were going to demolish the property to redevelop, which was the intention that we acquired this property with. Not knowing that it was a historic district, that's on us. And yeah, I totally take accountability that it's at this point there's certain things like missing, like that roof panel that should have been secured, and it's something that we will definitely take into action.
Okay, thank you.
I have no questions.
Okay, just want to make sure, I don't know if I heard you or your agent, did you buy this intending this to be a single-family residence?
Originally, no.
No, okay. Because my question was, do you have your pro forma of how your purchase price was going to make it reasonable?
We have a pro forma.
With it being a single-family house, but you weren't ever intending for it to be a single-family house, right?
Correct, and we intended to do, and that's why, as staff mentioned, that we had initially submitted an application for 2 site reviews of 2 townhomes.
So just to cut to the chase, you intended to buy this house, tear it down, build a duplex, and somewhere along the line in your lack of due diligence, you missed that this was a historic district, and now you're upside down on the price.
It can be said that that was what occurred, but we're leaving also to a side the current condition of the property and the structural damage that it has been there, not since December of 2024, but much before. And that we're just focusing at this point on the self-inflicted economical hardship, which we do take, but also there is additional considerations that have to do not only with the economical factor, but the safety of the property and the current condition or options to relocate this property.
Sure, absolutely. Okay, so now that you know it's a historic structure, since you found out that determination, where are the sketches, where are the performas of the other options of adding an ADU, of adding square footage that you can show me that those don't pencil out to become a reasonable economic?
At this point, and our architect who is here as well, we have adjusted a site plan that we had talked with staff about because we had originally presented a front load access for the house, and we changed that to an alley load, basically on a very conceptual.
Wait, are we talking about a duplex tear down?
Still a duplex, yes.
Okay, no, I'm asking for the existing structure there with
We don't have
additions.
any.
So have you even started that process?
We haven't, no.
Okay. Are you open to that process?
At the point for us at this point, I mean, we need to see what's economically feasible as well, and what's also structurally feasible with this property.
Okay, because you've put a tremendous amount of effort and time and money into convincing us that this is not economically feasible, but it
It's
doesn't
not.
appear that you have looked at every option.
It's not based on the cost, basically,
I understand.
and not the purchase cost, but the cost only of doing the renovation and also the condition of the property.
I'm referring to what staff mentioned was the schematics.
Chairman, could I have just a second to
Sure.
confirm? Mr. Chairman, I think that based on the presentation by the staff and the discussions by the board, that it would be appropriate to request a continuance on this so we can explore options with the staff and try to come back, allow him some time to come back with some options that might better reflect the staff's comments and the board's comments.
Okay, can we, staff, tell us what dates would be available?
Are we gonna debate this?
We
I
need
do
to
not
debate it
support a
before
con-
we even
yeah.
consider
Well,
doing that.
let's find out what dates are, and then we'll have that
Okay.
information, and we can continue the discussion. Right now, we're still in questions, so.
I would say, given the complexity of the situation and the fact that I may want to bring in independent experts on anything that's presented, I would think the earliest would be December the 1st would be the earliest opportunity.
Okay. So we're still in the question period. Dana, what is the actual process? Do I, if we want to have a discussion, do I need to close the public hearing?
Yes,
And then we don't have to make a decision on a continuation motion until discussion?
after your discussion. Yes, sir, it's the same as always. You're going to do your questions, you're going to allow rebuttal, then you'll close the public hearing, you'll open it up to discussion. At that point, it would be the appropriate time for the motion.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, but I think that if the board is entertaining a continuance, then you wouldn't close the hearing. That would happen before you close the hearing. A continuance can't come if you.
They would reopen the public hearing to ask if the applicant is amenable to a continuance.
Okay, if they'd be required to reopen the hearing.
We would have to ask the applicant if that's doable.
So we are requesting that at this point, just for the information of the board.
Okay, so there are no more questions from us. You have 5 minutes for rebuttal. It sounds like you don't need a rebuttal because you're asking for a continuance.
I wanted to ask the architects a question.
Okay.
May I? Is Rios here? And I just have, it's just a question. Yeah, I guess you have to wait till we come up. You don't need any documents. It's just a question.
Sir, were you sworn?
Yes,
Thank you.
When you were hired to design a duplex on this property, did you know that it was in Seminole Heights?
Upon inception, no, we did not.
Hmm?
We did not know upon inception, no.
How would you not, being an architect here in Tampa, not know that that property was in the middle of Seminole Heights?
We know now, and We have worked in the area, we have worked in Seminole Heights, we have worked in the historic district, but that was overlooked.
There just seems to be a lot of overlooking.
For the record,
Thanks.
it's in Tampa Heights.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It just seems,
Okay.
no further questions, that's all, I just wanted to ask.
Okay. Seeing no other questions, no rebuttal, we will go ahead and close the public portion of this and move on to discussion.
May I have a request to the board? Is it possible to look for a date sooner than December the 1st to not?
No.
We're not even
Yeah,
entertaining
we're
that.
not even sure we're gonna go with a continuation, so.
So I have a question of process. So if an applicant asks for a continuance, is that different than us?
No, they always, generally the staff or the applicant is going to.
And are they automatically given a?
No, we're gonna
We
make a
have to,
motion.
we have to say.
We have
Okay.
to make a motion.
Yeah. So, I'm playing the tenor here.
I am opposed to demoing this house, period. Period. I mean, that's why I came on this board, is to make sure that we protected the historic homes in districts like this. Contributing structures. I, as a contractor, made my living working on homes just like this.
Okay.
And it's possible.
I am strongly opposed to the demolition of this home. I think that the staff presented an incredibly thorough, comprehensive presentation and a sufficient amount of evidence to rebut the evidence presented. I thought a lack of evidence presented by the applicant to prove their burden of proof, and strongly oppose a continuation for any further discussion. I just deny the application.
You know I have an opinion.
Hold back.
The series of overlooks, the sequence of multiple things that.
I'm gonna stop you right there, because I know where you're going with this. Completely acceptable. I think there's enough momentum here that we don't need to litigate it. If
Okay.
somebody would like to make a
All right.
motion.
I'll move to deny a certificate of appropriateness to demolish for ARC 25000399 for the property located at 2106, thank you, North Jefferson Street, located in the Tampa Heights Historic District, inasmuch as the agent has not satisfied the requirements of Chapter 27, Section 27-116F of the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances. And further, that I would rely upon the comprehensive evidence presented by the administrator leading to the conclusion to recommend denial.
I'll second the motion.
All right, we have a seconded motion. Any discussion?
I do have a couple questions, discussion, in that, do we have to be more detailed, because this may be appealed to the city council? Do we have to be very detailed in the reason for our denial?
Part of my motion, and I defer to legal entirely, but part of my motion was to specify the evidence presented by the administrator in totality, and the lack of evidence presented by the applicant.
Well, and I would say this is one of the most detailed staff reports, and it's pretty much sums it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we can add, they didn't carry their burden of proof.
For economic hardship and a reasonable beneficial use.
And alternative possibilities.
And alternative,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can add those qualities.
Deem those added to the motion.
Good, second, you're okay with that?
Yes. I concur.
Okay. Any more discussion? Okay. All right, all in favor of the motion as presented, signify by saying aye. Aye. All right, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Does anybody need a break? Okay.
2 minutes.
We're gonna call a 5-minute
5-minute
recess.
break.
Thank you. Elaine Lund, Historic Preservation Staff. The final item on our agenda tonight is case ARC 25-0000166 for the property located at 509 East Sparkman Avenue in the Tampa Heights Historic District. This is an application for new construction for a single-family residence. Before we start out, I would like to point out that there is a building on the site presently. You'll see photos of that in the presentation, in the photo presentation. It is an old building, however, it is considered non-contributing to the district. And therefore, there is no review by this board required for its demolition. Okay, moving into the photo presentation. The subject property is located in the Tampa Heights Historic District. It's shown in green on the map in front of you. It's on Sparkman Avenue between Central Avenue and Grove Street, actually at the southwest corner of Sparkman and Grove. This is the 1920 Sanborn map of the historic district showing the subject site in question. You can see the property on the site at that time and presently is the wood frame structure shown there with a full width front porch and an accessory building. This is the present day aerial of the property. You can see the proximity to the interstate in this map. The street just a block over dead ends into the Florida Department of Transportation right-of-way. And this is the existing property on the site right now. This is its north or front elevation. This is the east side of the structure that's there presently. The west elevation. And the south or the rear elevation of the site. To the east is this property. This is across Grove Street. And to the west is this contributing historic structure. Across the street is newer construction. This is the view looking east on Sparkman Avenue toward the interstate. This is the view looking west on Sparkman Avenue towards Central Avenue. You can see another one of the contributing buildings to the historic district there on the left. This view is looking north on Grove Street, so the subject site would be directly to your left. And then looking south on Grove Street. That is the extent of the photo presentation. So at this time, I would like the applicant to present the request. Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to present today. My name is Chris Buck. I'm a senior project manager with Alco, 6150 Diamond Center Court, Suite 1101. That's in Fort Myers, Florida, 33966. Here with me is engineer Brody Blow. I'll let him present himself.
Brody Blow with Dewberry Engineers, and we're at 377 North County Highway 393 in Santa Rosa Beach, Florida.
For the past 9 years, I've specialized in disaster relief construction across hurricane-impacted states nationwide. We're here under the Rebuild Florida Housing Repair and Replacement Program, a HUD-funded initiative created to help Floridians recover from Hurricane Ian. This program specifically repairs or replaces homes for low to moderate income households who have been displaced or severely affected by the storm. The program has two central goals. First, to provide safe, resilient, code-compliant housing that meets modern standards. Second, to ensure the new construction is compatible with the historic and architectural character of the surrounding neighborhood. Because it's a HUD-funded program, the program operates under strict cost and material guidelines. So we've worked carefully to achieve high-quality design and durability while remaining compliant with budget restrictions. Today, I'll walk you through our site survey, proposed site plan, elevation designs, and materials palettes to show how this project honors the neighborhood's character while serving those most in need. Let's start with sheet 1.0. This is the existing survey. This sheet shows the existing conditions of the site and establishes the grades. It also identifies every structure and pieces of flat work that must be removed before we begin new construction. Finally, it provides the baseline for the proposed site and drainage plan that we will discuss next. On the plan, you'll see the legal description and parcel boundaries. This is the East 50 lot of Lot 1, Block 3, Campbell subdivision. The lot front 50-foot right-of-way along East Sparkman Avenue and a 40-foot right-of-way along North Grove Avenue. Adjacent property boundary lines are clearly marked. Currently on site, there's a one-story brick and frame residence on blocks with a finished floor elevation of 46.33. Also marked for removal are patios, porches, carport, and concrete block shed, the driveway, sidewalks, and fencing. The camphor grand tree, which is an invasive species, is also scheduled for removal. Natural Resources has approved the removal with required permits that will be obtained before the work begins, and the neighboring property owner has also consent since the tree is shared. The plan also shows the zoning setbacks, 25 feet in the front, 7 feet on each side, and 20 feet in the rear. These setbacks define the allowable building area for the new construction. Now we'll move to sheet C 2.1, proposed site and drainage plan. This sheet shows what the site will look like after demolition, the new home, and improvements. It demonstrates how the footprint, access, and grading comply with zoning setbacks and the surrounding historic context. It also provides the construction and drainage plan for the property. The proposed home is a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, pier and beam design. It has 1,281 square feet of interior living space plus a 282 square foot covered porch and deck area. The home is set 25.35 feet from the East Sparkman Avenue right-of-way, with 7 feet to the east wall from North Grove Avenue, 11.35 feet from the west wall from the adjacent property, and 35.85 feet from the rear wall to the back property line. These setbacks keep the home within zoning limits while aligning with the historic spacing and rhythm of the neighborhood. A new 5-foot wide concrete sidewalk will run along street frontage. A matching 5-foot concrete walkway will lead from the sidewalk to the front porch, flared to match the width of the porch steps. This maintains the traditional pedestrian approach seen in the neighborhood. The plan includes a 10-foot concrete driveway with a 5-foot apron built to City of Tampa FDOT standards. The narrow profile keeps the yard open and consistent with neighboring properties. A handicap accessible ramp with 5-foot landings built to ANSI standards is integrated into the layout. It blends with the porch and walkway to provide dignified access without detracting from the home's appearance. The air conditioning pad will be located at the west side of the property of the house and screened so that equipment isn't visible from the street. The finished floor elevation will be slightly higher than the existing at 46.4 feet. All positive draining is directed to the right-of-way without impacting neighboring properties. Workers will have access parking along the front of East Sparkman if need be, but dumpsters and material staging will be set up on the south end of the property off North Grove Avenue. Overall, this layout recreates the look and feel of a historic Tampa block while meeting modern resilience and HUD program requirements. It strikes a balance between the neighboring character and the program standards we're required to follow. Now let's move to sheet A 2.0. 1, exterior elevations. Some water. This sheet shows the exterior appearance of the home from all 4 sides, north, south, east, and west. It illustrates how the design takes cues from neighborhood architecture while using modern, durable materials, and it identifies all the key exterior materials and features. Starting with the north elevation, drawing inspiration from the historic homes in the neighborhood, we chose a narrow pier and beam style for this house, which, as previously said, is 1,281 square feet of interior living space and an additional 282 square feet of porch and deck. Its scale and details, from the roof pitch to the column spacing, reflect the rhythm of the surrounding streetscape. The roof will have a 30-year asphalt architectural shingle with ridge vents. Cementitious hardy fascia and trim will be painted to complement the smooth hardy siding. Smooth faux gable vents and decorative knee braces add historic detailing. Exterior wall features 6-inch cementitious smooth lap siding with straight edge shingle, siding at gable ends, which is shown here across the front. Cementitious trim is used at the corners and around windows. Windows are Energy Star single hung vinyl impact rated, and entry doors are fiberglass insulated 2-panel with a quarter light window. The entry door is placed in the center line of the facade, creating a clear focal point as you approach from the sidewalk. On either side, the windows are spaced a bit wider than the surrounding trim to give the facade breathing room and emphasize the centered entry. This arrangement mirrors the balanced look of many nearby historic homes while still complying with today's building standards. Together, the porch depth and column spacing, this door and window composition gives the house a traditional welcoming front elevation that feels right at home on East Sparkman Avenue. The foundation piers are CMU block wrapped with brick veneer. Treated wood beams are finished with cementitious trim cladding. A wood lattice foundation screen hides the crawl space while preserving a traditional look. All materials are chosen for long-term performance under HUD cost guidelines. The roof pitch, porch depth, and detailing reflect the style of historic Tampa Heights homes while meeting modern codes. Let's move to the west elevation. Moving to the west elevation, the same material palette continues. 30-year shingles above, smooth lap siding on the walls, and brick-clad piers with wood lattice below. Energy-efficient vinyl windows are placed to align with interior rooms, and decorative knee braces at the gable ties this side back to the historic detailing seen on the front. This elevation also accommodates the screen mechanical pad and porch guardrail, keeping equipment discreet and maintaining a clean side profile. At the south elevation, which is the rear of the home, you'll see the same roof pitch, fascia, trim, and siding used on the other elevations for consistent look. Opening here's are functional. The back entry door, kitchen, vent, and rear windows, but still receive a full cementitious trim to match the front. Brick-faced piers and lattice screening continue around the perimeter to maintain the traditional foundation appearance. At the rear of the house, we've integrated an ADA-compliant ramp to provide universal access. The ramp has 5-foot landings and a 22-foot run in full coordinates with ANSI standards. It ties directly to the rear porch and deck, so residents or visitors with disabilities can enter without needing stairs. The guardrails and posts are built from the same treated wood and paint to match the porch, so the ramp blends into the architecture rather than looking like an add-on. This approach preserves the home's historic character while meeting modern accessibility requirements. And finally, the east elevation mirrors the west. It has smooth lap siding, cementitious trim at windows and corners, and brick-clad piers below. Window placement aligns with the interior spaces while keeping balanced proportions from the street. Now we'll review sheet A3.01, building and wall section. Let's go to the number 3. I'm sorry, 2.
Wall.
Yes, the wall detail. Typical wall section. Zoom out a little bit. Perfect. This sheet illustrates how the home is built from the roof down to the foundation, covering the roof assembly, wall construction, window integration, floor framing, and foundation details. It shows how structural components, insulation, and exterior finishes work together to meet current building codes while respecting the home's historic character. This section also highlights how the building envelope is designed to promote energy efficiency, manage moisture, and ensure long-term durability. At the top, the roof is finished with a 30-year architectural asphalt shingle, chosen for their durability and traditional appearance. Beneath the shingles is a fully adhered ice and water shield underlayment with flashing tape for waterproofing. The roof decking is 1932 structural plywood fastened with a specific nailing pattern at the rake edge using ring shank nails to resist uplift. A radiant barrier is attached to the underside of the decking to reflect heat away from the attic space, reducing energy use. Insulation baffles maintain airflow from the insulation, and the roof is framed with wood rafters specified on the structural sheets. An aluminum drip edge protects the eaves from water damage. At the overhang, you'll find cementitious fascia, board, and a 24-inch vented fiber cement soffit panel, both painted to match. These materials are rot resistant and contribute to attic ventilation, which helps manage moisture and heat. The double top plate and hurricane straps shown here tie the roof structure to the wall framing for wind resistance and code compliance. The wall is framed with a 2x6 wood stud at 16-inch centers, providing more depth for insulation than a typical 2x4 wall. The cavity is filled with R19 unfaced bad insulation, contributing to the home's overall energy efficiency. The interior face of the wall is finished with a 1/2-inch gypsum wallboard, while exterior receives a 1/2-inch OSB sheathing sealed and taped for weather resistance. The sheathing is covered with house wrap, and over that is a 5/8 cementitious smooth lap siding painted to match the home's color scheme. Trim pieces at corners and around windows are also cementitious. Windows are installed with proper clearances to allow for sealant and backer rod. This detail shows a single hung window set into the wall with a 3/4 inch gap around the perimeter, flared at the base to match the porch step width. Flashing tape and caulking are used to ensure watertight seal. Drip cap flashing is installed above the window, and the siding is properly stepped and flashed to shed water. At the base of the wall, a galvanized Z-flashing detail transitions between the siding and the treated sill plate. The sill sits on the sealed gaskets for air sealing and moisture control. A treated rim joist and band board directly below the wall framing, a bead of caulk run along the joint between the sheathing and band board to ensure air and watertight seal. The floor structure consists of wood joists detailed in the structural plans with R19 bad insulation installed between the joists. Above the joist is a 3/4 inch plywood subfloor which supports the interior floor finish. Below the joist is a 1/2-inch treated plywood sealed and painted to protect the underside of the home. The house is elevated on pier and beam construction consistent with the traditional homes in the area. The piers and CMU blocks wrapped with brick veneer designed to provide durability and a historic appearance. Between the piers, treated 2x2 wood members are fastened with tapcons to support painted wood lattice panels. This screening allows for proper crawl space ventilation while concealing utilities and providing an attractive finished appearance. This wall section brings together traditional construction methods with modern materials. From the roof to the foundation, every layer is designed to meet energy efficiency goals, code requirements, and historical compatibility standards. The use of cementitious siding, brick-faced fibers, radiant barrier roof, and thoughtful drainage ensures that the home performs well while still fitting into the architectural rhythm of the surrounding neighborhood. Material points. I want to zoom out a little bit. For the roof materials, we're going to be using a Timberline HGZ 30-year asphalt architectural shingle with Gaff Cobra ridge vents. For the overhangs, we have Hardy vented smooth soffit on the eaves, and on the gable ends are non-vented. Okay, Hardy shingle siding for the gable ends, as shown here. I'm sorry, this is my trim. This is our trim. Trim and fascia is 3/4 inch thick for strength and detailing. Yes. This is a decorative knee brace. Our Hardy Smooth siding for a crisp look, and our Hardy Shingle siding for gable feature walls. It also shows our gable vent, which is an 18 by 24 polyurethane vent. Front and rear doors are Therma-Tru Craftsman 2-panel impact rated to be painted to match by homeowner selections. Windows are Plygem 1500 single hung impact rated windows. That's our lattice for screening and our brick veneer. That's the porch column that will be used. Exterior light fixtures and door hardware. This is a porch detail showing 4x8 cementitious hardy sheet with cementitious trim over the joints and a 1x6 composite deck board tongue and groove for the porch deck. This is a sample of the driveway to be scored every 3 feet, as well as the sidewalks and driveway. This is a photo sample of the ramp and of the front porch handrails. It'll be 2x6 treated wood guardrails, 36-inch height, 4x4 post, 2x2 pickets at 4-inch on centers. In closing, we've worked carefully with the constraints of Rebuild Florida program to design a home that is both resilient and respectful of Tampa historic fabric. While the materials and methods reflect modern performance standards, the scale, form, and detailing of this house are intentionally rooted in the character of East Sparkman Avenue and the broader historic district. We appreciate the Arc's role in safeguarding that character and believe this proposal honors that mission while preserving safe, accessible, and durable housing for a family in need. Thank you for your time and consideration. We're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you for your presentation.
Elaine Lund, Historic Preservation staff. Staff found this application to be consistent with the Tampa Heights design guidelines. We worked with the applicant to establish a design for the historic district that also fit within the programmatic requirements. It's a little challenging at some points, but I believe we have hopefully the applicant was able to bring you something here tonight that you find to be consistent as well. We did meet with the applicant yesterday to review the staff report and the plans presented to you tonight. With that, I'm available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Is there anyone in the public that's here to present for or against this project? Okay, not seeing anyone, we will start on my right with questions.
I have no questions.
Very impressive presentation, no questions.
One thing that is mentioned in the staff report.
Turn on your mic.
Oh. Thank you. One thing that's mentioned in the staff report, would you be willing to do a angle the soffit parallel to the roof line instead of having it flat?
Enclosed instead
Yes.
of boxed, you want it angled? Absolutely. We've already spoke to our contractor and he's not opposed to it whatsoever.
Okay, great, thank you.
It
No
will still
further
be
questions.
enclosed, vented, hardy. Yes, sir.
In your presentation, you mentioned vinyl windows. Is that going to be acceptable for this? I'm going to ask staff.
Yes, Elaine Lund. In the Tampa Heights Historic District, this board has previously approved vinyl windows for new construction, yes.
Okay.
One thing that we look at when we work with the applicants is to make sure that they are inset within the wall correctly.
Anything HUD funded is required to have vinyl impact rated windows.
Okay. Like on a previous application tonight, we discussed the the rail height on the front? What is the front porch rail height that you've got?
36. Pull up the
Find it, yeah.
I would pull up the detail and not go by that.
Yeah.
And can you tell me what the elevation difference is between the front porch and grade?
I think we're proposing to have the elevation of the front porch the same as our finished floor elevation. I-
What's the existing grade, the proposed grade gonna be? What's the differential in height?
Okay, so
You
existing,
go to the, I was gonna say on the cross section, probably get an idea.
The question is it required to be a guardrail? Is it high enough for differential in height?
Let's see, existing is probably 43-ish, 43 and a half. I mean, we're looking at like 43 and a half. I don't have an exact number right
Well,
here.
yeah, I mean, not to kind of put you on the spot, but
Yeah.
it's whether or not that front porch rail is required to be a guardrail, and if it could be lowered. I mean,
so typically the program requires it to be that height, but if, we can make an adjustment, it's not an issue. If it's required to make an adjustment.
okay.
I don't think it's due to the height of the elevation of the house, though. I don't think that's the reasoning behind it. There is a applicant that lives in the house that is disabled. That's why we're putting the ADA ramp in.
Okay.
But we just, HUD requirements, 36-inch height guardrails.
Okay. For the ramp that's in the back, is that, you showed an example photo of the wood being left natural. Is this one going to be painted?
It will be painted.
Okay.
Yes,
Great.
painted to match the front porch, the homeowner's color selection.
Okay. Very good.
We don't typically paint the ramps. We'll paint the handrails and the porches. So if it's required to be painted, then we will paint it.
Would you consider staining the ramp? I'm not saying you have to do it.
If it's required, we will do it.
Okay.
If it's a requirement. Other than that, we don't have the funding for it. No, sir. It will be just plain wood, treated lumber.
Okay. You showed in your finished samples a photo of the example of the front porch column. Could I see that again?
Absolutely. So 8-inch at the top, 12-inch at the bottom, tapered column.
Okay.
PVC wrap.
Uh-huh. Okay, thank you.
Thanks for your presentation, guys. Could you bring up the rear porch elevation, please?
Mixed up now.
Yeah, there you go. Papers everywhere.
Can you zoom in on it, please?
Yes, sir.
Would you be opposed to making those porch roof columns somewhat thicker because they look really, really frail? They look really too skinny.
Okay.
In proportion. So those are probably 4x4.
Those are.
Yeah. Would you mind wrapping them in like a 5.5 or a 6-inch wrap, or even using?
Or using a 6x6? We're not opposed to that.
Okay. The ADA ramp, would you consider matching the exact detail of the front porch when you build it? Meaning the same handrails, the same paint, the same composite decking, the same everything, so that they at least go together.
If you tell me to use composite decking, I can get funding for it, and I will absolutely do it, sir.
It does
It
stick
will
out like
be,
a
it
sore
will be
thumb.
more appealing, and it will cost a lot more money, but as long as if it's a requirement, we will definitely do it.
Okay, I'm asking questions. We don't require anything.
Okay.
We make suggestions and recommendations and see if you'll go along with it.
Yeah, like I said, we're limited on funding, so.
Okay, I hear you. You brought up the knee braces for the front and rear gables.
Yes, there's 5 on each side.
What are they made out of?
There's been discussion about that. I think we're gonna go with wood.
Okay.
There is a PVC option, but we believe that it would be better to go with wood because we can, on our gable end, we'll be able to make it look more appealing.
Okay.
And it would be painted.
Okay. And then, I know we've gone through this back and forth before on houses, but the thin brick veneers to cover your piers. Do you have a dimension on those piers? They looked really, really small.
I do. I've got a structural plan. I will put it up on this for you.
They typically look fatter and squatter in the neighborhood.
So we'll have a 36-inch wide footer at the base.
Yeah, I'm looking, what, detail 4S4.
So we can go to that one.
That's what I'm looking for. It looks just like an 8x8 with thin brick on the outside of it. Is that it?
Yeah. $12 by 12.
Oh, they
You
are
okay
12
with
by
that?
12. Okay. It's a little better. All right, and then the brick veneer, can you just testify and confirm to us that the brick veneer that you choose to use will have integrally made corners that wrap, that look like real brick and don't have joints at all the corners?
Yes, and I think we showed that. It's not shown in the detail, but yes, these, if you could put that on there. Those veneers come with a bull nose, they come with corners.
Corner
You're
pieces,
asking for
yeah.
the corners to be
Yeah, the corners have to wrap
correct. You don't want to see it, you don't want to see a cut joint or a butt.
at every single corner. Yeah, yeah. There will be at some, but not at every one. You know, that you want the
Understood.
integral corners wrapping the
Understood.
brick. Okay. Do you actually use half-inch? I know it's not our purview, but do you actually use half-inch drywall on the inside of the buildings and not 5/8?
We do, 1/2 inch.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's unusual. I don't even think they made half-inch anymore. That's it.
Hi, so will you be able to get the funding to match the back ADA ramp, or you have to apply for that, or if that becomes a condition? I just want to make sure that what the financial aspect of it's going to be.
So the way it works with this program is any items outside of the cost estimate line items, which a lot of these items are, we would resort to Xactimate. And Xactimate pricing tends to be a little bit lower than actual cost, but that's what we would do, a takeoff, put it in Xactimate and submit that as a change order. As long as it's a requirement by any ordinance or any member, it's definitely something that we can get approved.
But then this is reflected in the price to the new owner, is that?
I don't know much exactly how that works, because this is all like a grant that they're awarded. But
okay.
But I don't believe it goes directly to the cost of that applicant. No, sir.
Okay.
Dennis Fernandez with the staff. I want to kind of maybe allow for some flexibility with that particular item with staff. Typically, we look at ADA ramps as being something that will eventually be removed from a property, so we don't want to build them to encourage them to stay by making them of such a high quality that they don't then become removed. But I think programmatically also, we don't want to drive pass costs along to the homeowner in this particular situation in the rear of the property.
Dennis, while you were up there, the ceiling of the front porch, the solid boards with the trim, would that be more accurate to be like a tongue and groove?
We talked about that. You know, they have a lot of programmatic limitations, and we tried to emphasize the areas that were the most visible, particularly on the front. There are some limitations on what materials they can use on that ceiling, so
tongue and groove is not
we ended
allowed?
up with the panels.
Okay.
And we can work with it. It's not gonna look like that example that he showed, because there's not stepping. It's gonna be one, you know, straight across, and we can work with him on where the gaps are in that to make it look a little bit more historically referenced.
Okay. I cut you off if you had more questions. Sorry about that. It's getting late, I'm sorry.
No, my only comment is I commend you for doing the work and helping that homeowner. That's a great thing, so.
Yeah.
Thanks.
She'll be very, very happy, so.
This is my last question. Okay, so can you put up the plan of the rear? Because there's porch, there's steps, there's a porch, and then there's the landing, the ramp.
You want elevation or plan?
No, I want to see a plan.
The plan view?
Yeah, because my question has to do with which way the door opens. And they're kind of in, you know, basically the person that goes up the steps is going to have to go walk past the door to open it. And that's just it's kind of a small pad there. Right?
Well, where's the door swing?
The door swings inward here. I'll show you the actual floor plan.
Okay.
There you go. The door swings inward, so it wouldn't matter.
Oh, okay.
Which way.
Yeah, I was thinking it would switch. Okay. All right. Moot.
And while you're on the site plan, you showed us where the AC unit was. You said it was going to be screened, but screened with what?
Same lattice that we're putting underneath the home.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal if you so choose. All right,
good.
thank you. Thank you very much. All right. At this point, we're going to close the public portion of the hearing and move on to discussion.
I think they did a great job of presenting it. I can't have no holes to poke in anything.
The most complete of any tonight, actually.
It's not because you're tired, right?
Not that I'm.
Come on now.
No, when you show, I'm not allowed to talk to you. So when they showed the scoring of the sidewalk, I thought, this is a complete presentation, that they all should be like that.
It's the most complete of many of the
Right.
applicants, not just tonight.
Well, there were a couple of items that they agreed to do. Do we want, on a motion, we just want to make sure
As long
we...
as there's,
I just have two.
Yeah.
I just have two. I have the brick veneer has integral corners. They beef up the rear porch columns.
One was the angled soffit.
Angled soffits. Angled underside of soffits.
And then it was also looking at the rail height in the front, if it could be lowered.
Well, I think when you have a handicapped person involved, then you take that out of concern. Yeah.
But painted pickets,
What I would also ask, the staff had mentioned the welcome wall cap to be lowered to the height, and I don't see any reason that couldn't be, I mean, it's lowered by 2 or 3 inches. Just put it in there as a
Lower
explore.
welcome wall cap.
Yeah. Yeah, just as an exploration. It doesn't have anything. Waiting on you.
I know, I gotta see. I move to grant a final approval, or move to grant a certificate of appropriateness for the drawings and documents presented in this public hearing in ARC 25-00000166, located at 509 East Parkman Avenue. With the following conditions: that the brick veneer have integral corners, that the applicant beef up the rear porch columns somewhat, that the soffits have an angled underside, that the pickets on the handicap ramp be painted, and that they investigate lowering the welcome wall cap and coordinate with staff. Because based upon the finding of fact, the proposed project is consistent with the Tampa Heights?
Tampa Heights.
Tampa Heights design guidelines, chapter 27 of the Tampa ordinances, and that it blends the massing and scale and coordinates with the massing and scale of other houses in the neighborhood.
Second.
All right, we have a second. Seeing no discussion, all in favor of, oh, I'm sorry, God, it's late. Do you understand all the conditions, and do you agree?
We do.
Okay. All in favor of approving the certificate of appropriateness, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, guys.
Sir, before you do your receive and file, there was a petition that circulated with the demo that was going down the line. It had signatures on it, and we want to make sure we get that back.
I never saw it either.
I think it stopped it. Yeah.
Okay, we just need to have that with our clerk for the record.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then I'm looking for a motion to receive and file submitted documents and exhibits.
So moved.
Second.
All right, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. This hearing is adjourned.
You made a move.